just so everyone knows. Don't worry, the camera is on me. Hello, everyone. My name is Tom Vassell. Welcome back to GAMA Trade Show 2016. You will see very little of me today because today is all about publishers. And they are going to be showing off their different games. We have a full schedule. Now, we are not publishing our schedule because the schedule can change as it did multiple times yesterday. But we will be also recording all these different things separately, and we'll be posting those over the next week or so. So you'll be able to see each of these. There's also possibly a chance for you to talk to some of these people and ask them questions. It may or may not happen. You may not get a chance to ask questions at all, but it might happen, so just keep that in mind. In fact, we're not even interviewing a publisher until 9:30, so if you guys have some questions now, we might be able to answer some of them, or you can just watch us as we set up. So, welcome to the Dice Tower.
Woo! Please tell me that's how you start every day.
Is that the Terminator?
That was
That
my
was
I'm missing
Terminator.
at least two tutus in there.
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun.
Boom, 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 boom.
There you go. And then I like to do the background.
Are the
myself.
no-shows from yesterday going to be switched in sometime today?
I will. I will see what I can do. Then we'll probably have some no-shows today. So I've already confirmed with Eagle Gryphon. In a bit, I'm going to run by HABA's booth and see if they're okay.
No.
It was better than whatever James
Tell us about the
was
Cool
doing.
Mini or Not stuff. You're actually going to see that today at noon. Eric Lang is actually going to come and show off some of his games. The one I'm most excited about is the Godfather game he designed.
Yes.
So that's pretty cool.
The Godfather sounds awesome.
How you doing, man?
Thoughts on the Asmodee discussion yesterday? I'm going to be withholding them because I'm still talking to Asmodee about that. I actually understand the situation a lot more myself. I know that
Because I have had
But
it
other
patients.
wasn't
people better say.
it wasn't very clear from what they said, but we should be able to clarify it. Probably Board Game Breakfast. We'll be talking about those.
These are.
The big story so far is the volume of Cool Mini or Not releases. That's definitely a story. They have a ton of games, and most of them aren't going to Kickstarter, which is pretty cool.
You got a scoop on those already? Like you've seen what it is?
Yeah, I went and took pictures of them. The
The
one that's most
Godfather.
exciting is The Godfather by Eric Lang, which is pretty cool. He's just
Brand new
45
design,
minutes.
Yeah.
There's another one I'm also excited about, but they haven't announced that one fully yet. There's Eric. He also made a board game based on a popular video game. Was it Blood Rain or something like that?
Blood Rain, the one with the girl vampire.
That's not that popular of a video game.
In the
Well, see, I
PlayStation
don't-
world,
Yeah. We'll do.
in the PlayStation world, it was a pretty popular game.
What did you say?
There's that, of course, a sequel to Grizzled, and there's a bunch of other small games. They
That
had
was a sequel. I mean, not a sequel, expansion.
expansion slash. You can play now with 1 or 2 players, but in that size game, see those come in from the back to the front.
It has to be.
That's the way I've always done them.
There's an arrow.
Yeah.
Jerk. All right.
Is he calling that tripod a jerk?
Yes.
They also have like 6 more games that are the same size as the Grizzled.
Okay.
Then they have that Potion Explosion, and
Potion
there was,
Explosion, they're doing
There's
it?
this game with.
Cool Mini is.
there's
That's
this-
awesome. That's a
yeah,
great game.
They have a whole pile of games.
Potion Explosion, in other words, Candy Crush the game, which was really good.
Bloodborne. Bloodborne is the name of the game. That
Okay.
Eric
Bloodborne is the one with. It's like the sequel to that Lost Souls or Dark Souls or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
right. And they had a couple other miniature games type looking things.
That's gonna be an error when we try it.
Did you see the New York?
Did I ride the New York roller coaster yet? I'm not gonna ride it this year. Next year will be the year I ride it. Medical reasonings.
No, we did Penn and Teller last night.
Do you have the other
Oh,
one?
Unusual
The
Suspect
other
Z.
one, the other end of this.
Cool Mini picked up Unusual Suspects.
Did they?
Gotta be.
Oh, that's great. That's another game.
It's gotta be
But they're,
hanging off.
but
of
they're gonna
something
make it
crazy.
PC, so that means there's only 3 cards.
It's right there.
Oh.
Do we care that these remain
channel 1, channel 2? Because we didn't mark the chords.
Whatever this is was the front over here, but I don't know where
Yeah,
it was
that's
running over there.
You know what? Whatever. We'll figure it out.
Tom says whatever.
Suzanne, they want to know what game you're playing.
She left the room.
Oh. there's a
She's playing hide and seek.
There's a 30-second delay. I was like, oh, she's right behind me. Oh, she's not.
Spooky!
Yeah.
That one with the shotgun,
The question about
Handle, that's a
Haraba, about HABA Karuba, we'll find out. Hopefully, they'll talk about Karuba.
Have their adult games sold out in the States already?
I think we should call them family games. Adult
Or-
games
Adult
sounds
games.
like a very
Yeah, that
different.
really does not sound as...
Did not for children games, I guess? I don't know. They're not adult.
Again, family games.
Family
works
games.
really
That's
well
a good
there.
one.
Family
The
games.
family style games.
Adult games.
WizKids will be talking, when WizKids comes and talks to us, they're gonna be showing us the new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, dice game, so that's good.
I'm excited about that one. I mean, it's anything that's Dice Masters I'm excited for.
Anything that Turtles I'm excited for?
Do I still play Escape from the Aliens in Outer Space? Yes, I still like it very much. I think it holds up. I think that, I like to see the new,
We saw it. We already had them here.
I know, who's doing it?
You got it.
Who's doing it?
Okay, this is very confusing to me, because you're
Chaz,
not there.
give me the sheet. I can tell you who's doing it. I remember who's doing it in my brain. Oh, Osprey Games is doing
Osprey's
it.
doing it, that's right.
They're not even on our list because we added them in. And you have to see it. It's got dry erase instead, so you don't have to go through the sheets. Like remember in the original how it was all the paper? Dry erase, so much better. Definitely, it's a deluxe edition. 8 maps too.
I had a question about the turtle game. It looked like just the art I've seen. It was actually based on the original comic book series. Very old school.
Which one are you talking about now, the IDW
Dice
one?
Masters.
Yeah, I believe it's the IDW one.
The IDW one is based on the original comics. You can tell because they all have the same color
the
bandana,
red. Yeah.
which I find incredibly
I
confusing.
got this.
They're all wearing the same clothing. How can I tell them apart? I'm like a speciest when it comes to turtles. They all look the same to me.
Well, I won't touch on that, but I thought that was really neat that they went back to the original concept art.
I guess that's fine. I don't really care one way or the
What are you
other.
guys talking
I
about?
wonder if the content
talking
of the
about
game will
turtles.
reflect that, because the original comic book series was, a lot less kid-friendly than.
Nerd alert!
On the
In 1991, they came out with the series.
I
No,
can't even-
1991 was the date of the original.
Level
movie.
99 Games will probably stop by. They were actually supposed to come by yesterday, but scheduling got messed up.
Is Millennium Blades their one?
And that's not the
That's the one
that
that's
has vanilla
about
ice in it.
playing.
That was
Playing
making
about
it
the
being
card
a
games.
CCG.
That one sounds great.
That's totally canon.
It does, but
It is
Z's
canon.
Z's gonna laugh at the meta-ness of it.
It's totally meta. So you're like going through booster packs to make the best deck to then play the game.
The game is about you being a CCG player, and in the game you buy packs of cards and get random ones and trade them and then build your deck.
I can't handle that.
That's what an aneurysm feels like.
Is anyone picking up Burano? Yes, Burano's been picked up, but it has not been announced that I know of. So
Cool.
that will be coming to America, but it has been picked up.
You're just a little bit over the edge of the table.
No one mentioned Dark Moon. Well, one of the reasons we didn't mention Dark Moon in our deduction games is because I don't consider social deduction games deduction. So I will actually be doing a top 10 social deduction games, and you'll have to wait and see if Dark Moon shows up there. How are the buffets? We've only gone to 2. Wait,
Three, the
three.
breakfast
Right, that's
one.
right, the breakfast.
I only went to 2.
Yeah, except I'm not.
Yeah, last night we went to the World Seafood Buffet at the Rio, and I loved it because they should have called it World Seafood and Pie. And we celebrated Pie Day a day late. But yeah, they're good, but I'm going to have to be really working hard when I get back on the diet. But we're walking about 10 miles a day too here, so. Are we enjoying the heat? It's not really hot here,
It's dry.
but it's dry as all get out. Oh, is it dry?
My lips, how you can get that crack in your lip when it dries out? Oh, it's been painful.
Are you getting enough for rest? I mean, getting enough rest? I think so. We went to bed. We're just crashing each night. We're not like staying.
And we're now.
Many of us are not staying up till late in the morning.
None of us are partiers, though. Can I just say that in advance?
Most of us go to bed before midnight.
I always stay up late.
Most of us.
I think that's fine, actually, we're in this.
We're old men.
I didn't wanna get any higher than that.
I'm older than
What time do you go
you.
to bed?
Unless they have something specific that they wanna do.
8:45.
You did not go to
Yeah, we need to. go in a little-
Coolman, you're not getting sheriff doesn't affect me that much. Essentially, they are licensing it to Arcane Wonders, so it's the same thing. Arcane Wonders was licensing it from Galapagos. Now they're licensing it from Coolman, you're not. So it's pretty much the same thing.
Yeah, I guess so.
We got power for everybody.
Oh,
No answer any
no, I
questions
was
like
answering.
that.
I was answering that one. Penn and Teller added like 8 new acts this time, and it was a very good show. What did you think of it, Tom?
Will we be touring the show floor? Yes, we'll do a video of the show floor when we get a chance.
Is
Not live though. Huh?
Is Cephalopod Games actually Cephalofair Games? Seems like someone was auto-corrected, perhaps.
It's possible.
Oh, there's an interesting question. Are we playing games back in the hotel room? We haven't yet, but they do something here tonight. Tom,
I usually like your hats, Tom, but this one doesn't go well with your shirt. Thank you.
it goes well with the undershirt, though.
Right.
Look at that.
There's so many things
You're
wrong
about
with that.
to you're about to get a striptease from Tom live on our thing.
Tell me that's how you start every day.
That's how we lose viewers. All right.
So tonight we get to play games with everyone, isn't it?
We will play a few games tonight, but there's not a ton of time, so we'll have a chance to look at a few games. I have an idea of what I want to see.
It's cool though because we get to see games that aren't out yet. So it's like they get to play the games that aren't out night. So I'm very excited about it.
What happens in Vegas stays on the internet forever.
We know.
You're not being recorded.
We'll be going to the Meepleville Board Game Cafe weekly meetup tonight. Well, no, because there's a game thing here, so we'll be taking a look at that. This thing is not picking up as well as I thought. Wonder why. Hello. It's me again. Huh. Let me work on that.
That is a roll for it shirt, by the way.
Yeah,
He didn't need to unbutton everything, but yes, it's roll for it shirt.
Huh. I guess it's working. It just didn't seem to work as well.
Yeah, no, it's been working pretty good.
All right, I'm gonna go for a bit. I'm gonna go see if I can find HABA.
Yeah, so HABA's gonna come here soon.
When I come back.
Okay, so Tom will be back here taking over, as you heard, but for now, I'll just talk with you guys for a little bit while we wait for HABA to come. So, send us more questions. You know, we're here to answer questions about everything. X Wall Street, if you're looking forward to meeting us in July, are you coming to Dice Tower Con this year?
Just trying to wake you up.
I see B.E. Ward was definitely watching yesterday because he knows all of the
I said that?
of joke. You remember Crash of Games? So everyone's now putting an of in everything.
That's hilarious.
Ha of ba.
Ha of wow. You guys just whatever. If you two want to find one you like and be like, oh,
Do you know if Arcana is going to be Mills?
probably I did see him here.
Okay, because if it is,
You want to talk to him?
yeah, he and I get along pretty well. Like,
There you go. And you understand what he's saying. So
So let's see what else is going on.
they're picking.
A favorite video game. My favorite video game of all time. Well, I've always been a Final Fantasy person, and I'm a Disney person as well. So Kingdom Hearts for me is my favorite video game of all time. My second favorite video game of all time is Madden football.
Which one?
All of them because I buy it every year, the new version. But yeah, Kingdom Hearts is my favorite game of all time. Origins. Unfortunately, I will not be at Origins this year because we have the Copa America Centenario that we're doing at Univision. I don't know how many of you follow soccer, but it's a big tournament with all of the South American teams, Brazil, Argentina, Chile, as well as United States, Mexico, etc. And that's happening all June, so I am going to be at work and won't be able to come. But I think everyone else will be there. Z will be there, Eric will be there. Chaz, are you gonna be there at Origins?
I think so.
Chaz thinks so. And Suzanne, you'll be at Origins?
Nope.
Suzanne won't. So me and Suzanne won't. Everyone else? I'm not sure.
Everyone else. The hotel's sold out years ago.
So let's go back.
Because you're not including
Is that
as
event
including
that you're
excluding.
doing, is that like, since it's for Univision, is it like the biggest sports event of the year then?
It's the biggest soccer event of the year, and there's gonna be a lot of people watching it. It's not the biggest event. Oh, we have our HABA representative, so we'll
I'm just gonna see.
we'll be very quick, because as soon as HABA sets up, we'll turn the camera around and start with them. So let's just get a few more little things. What are my top 5 mechanisms? Stefan felt something.
Eating.
Oh,
Talking,
yes, eating and talking. Well, not eating so much. Now that we've been losing weight, doesn't Tom look good,
eating
by the
while
way?
talking.
And more talk. And gaming. Gaming happens to be one of my top 5. But in all seriousness, when we're talking about eating and stuff, doesn't Tom look good? I know everyone's been commenting about it, but
No. Folks, I appreciate it, everyone. Feel free to move to the table there when you get a chance. Thanks. I hope you have a good time watching everyone there. You'll see me coming in and out during the day. I got to go hunt people down and bring more things in and set up more stuff. But guys, it's great to talk to you always, and I'll be doing a lot of Q&As and live stuff next week, so you can come and talk, and I'll see you guys there too. But anyway, I'll be out. I'll be back.
you haven't seen the new meme.
But I don't even get that.
Because Crash of Games. So now people are thinking ofs in all the companies. They're now called Crash of Games.
That's not a joke.
That's not a joke. They're Crash of Games.
With Geek Chic, he rebranded
As Crash of Games.
Yeah, it's not a joke. It's now an internet meme in the gaming community.
Because Crash Games, whatever was going on. So
It was Crash Games AZLL, like LLC, because he was in Arizona. And so he was like, this name no longer makes sense. He changed the logo.
Oh, so Crash of Games makes more sense.
Crash of Rhinos is what he based it on. That's what a group of
Yes.
Crash of Rhinos, like a murder of crows.
Oh, so it's a Crash of Games?
Yes.
Yes.
It's not solid, but it's.
But now we're interviewing.
people are talking about it.
So now we're interviewing
That's true.
Ha of Ba, Tom of Vassal.
Give me one more.
It is true, Tom of Vassal. Look, everyone's in.
I usually say this is Tom the Vassal.
Tom the Vassal. Tom's gonna make a new meme. Tom the Vassal.
And again, it's not, if they're ready to go, we can start before 9.
Yeah, we usually wait until their table's set up, but it looks like they're about ready to go. So we're gonna spin it around and get HABA here. Tasty Minstrel, since you're asking, Orleans Invasion doesn't have a deluxe version. There's not really many new pieces. There's like new scenarios and new ways to play, but it's not something that really has a deluxe version per se, which is why they haven't announced one. Because me and Tom have played it. We both own it, and it's very, very, very worth it. It adds a lot. It adds a co-op scenario. It adds new ways to get points. It's very good. Z, want to answer one question before we spin around to HABA?
Oh, yeah, it's awesome.
Sure.
We drive around the ferry a lot.
I'll answer one question. How's it going? It's going pretty good. I'm still trying to wake up. But other than that, very well. That's my one question.
Okay, so I think we're going to spin it around, turn it to HABA, and we'll be back with you guys in a little. Remember, as we've been doing throughout this, just have your questions ready for HABA at the end and put your questions up. Make sure to put question in bold and then the question after it so we could find the questions through the whole comment section. And
That's a good idea.
we'll talk with the HABA reps afterwards, and you'll have any questions you guys have, you'll be able to talk with them.
First person gets 6, that was rock stop, and everybody has to stop that person and check their answers by looking at the little magic eye if it matches
The next
the
one in
symbol
sequence.
inside. Yeah.
Okay.
So what do you call these, the stone head?
Yeah, the
Stones?
obelisks or
Don't worry.
stones.
Scribble on the back of the thing with crap.
It doesn't matter if it's a live feed. The live feed is not the real feed.
It's not real.
That one
This
won't
is an
see it.
imaginary feed. It's not actually happening.
No, isn't the edited version.
This one might see it.
It might.
Yeah, if I
guess
go
it's
in title on the game or whatever, I'll catch
my
it.
next
So I don't like that A or D or whichever letter happens to be scribbled on there. Weird.
I saw this in Nuremberg for the first time, and I don't even have it here yet. I got them to FedEx me a copy.
Because,
So don't you think I should show it? I'm gonna
Yes.
bring it
yes,
in.
Oh, yes.
it's visually
Yes.
stunning. And it has shades of Zitternix, so.
You rest sticks,
Zum Kukuk, a new version?
go cuckoo, go cuckoo.
Oh,
Wooden eggs, of course.
oh, I love that game.
Yeah, if we can set that up and just bring it,
Bring it
we can
over.
slap it down
Ooh,
on the
yeah.
table.
So you have to mix these up and try and.
Mhm.
Suzanne is perfectly okay with that. She's like, oh, yes.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Oh, so many
I-
fun
Leah, I'm
toys.
so sorry, I'm messing up your display. I'm so sorry.
That's just my off-camera camera. I'm ready if you're ready.
I'm sorry, did I mess you up there? Are you
No,
okay?
no, I'm good.
Goodness, it's so weird. I'm out of shot, right? Over here.
You're fine, you're fine.
Guess what? Gotta happen.
So you ready to go?
Gotta happen.
I hate my glasses, but I can't see without them when I'm looking.
I'm going to
really
give you a
close.
microphone. You can clip
Okay.
that wherever you'd like. Just put that in a pocket or off to the side, wherever you want it to be. We've upgraded our mic setup a little bit.
So,
How did this get turned around again? No, it didn't.
It's a little cold. Forgive me, I didn't get you.
Probably in my bag.
Does she have a woman to help, huh?
There you go.
If you don't see it in there.
you might want to change the mic there, Leah,
It keeps
from
falling.
the string to maybe the edge of
The
your
clothing.
blouse.
Yeah.
Are those
Yeah, yeah,
Better?
or maybe the other side. I'm trying to get it to not, if it rubs up against the fabric.
Oh,
Right, it'll-
okay.
staticky.
Make a little extra noise.
There you go.
Cuckoo, oh my
Are those
goodness
double
gracious.
A's or rechargeable?
Those were double A's.
Did we change those this morning?
I did not change them to start the day. Do you want to do that now?
We're still a little early and better safe than sorry. If they didn't get changed yesterday.
We could also do it immediately after this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's do it after this one. Because I think we were still getting good levels and.
Okay.
It should tell you right on the package. Battery.
Oh, as far as battery level, I know mine was still.
No, wait, hold on.
I still have 4 bars on my battery.
Display on the rack over here. We keep calling it a rack. It's not actually in a rack, but it's fine.
Yeah, I think we're fine.
Receiver.
Okay.
All right.
Team, are we ready?
Make sure
We need
I
to
get
start
you-
the overhead camera.
I
It's
will
not
in a
rolling yet.
moment. Got that. Excuse me, please.
Sure.
Right.
Can we get the air on?
Yeah. Okay, are we ready? I'm gonna clap real quick to
Wait, Eric,
sync the
hang on
2
one sec.
cameras. Yes.
Leah, just watch your hair with the mic, because it's right on the mic.
Better?
There we go.
I
Yes.
sympathize.
Okay. Welcome back to our coverage of the GAMA Trade Show 2016. I'm Eric Summerer, here with one of my favorite people to talk to, and it's not just because she brings all sorts of wonderful toys. Leah from HABA USA. Leah, welcome to Las Vegas.
Thank you for having me.
Now, we're looking at one of the first titles in your small little pocket line. What are we calling this?
Well, we call them pocket games.
Okay.
And it's actually not our first one. We've had some other ones, such as our little mini version of Animal Upon Animal.
There's a mini version of Animal Upon Animal
You know,
with a tiny little crocodile.
and little animals.
That's awesome.
So we have a couple new titles that we're going to talk about today
Okay.
in this little mini pocket game series.
Okay.
So easy to put in your backpack, play at the restaurants,
Oh, yeah.
play wherever you want to.
So this is called Rocks.
This is called Rocks, and this is actually for a little older age group. This is 7 and older.
Okay.
It's a very detailed observant game, and it's a racing game. So you want, the whole goal is to earn points. So these are the point cards.
Okay.
And so if there are, a piece of my hair there. If there are just 2 of us playing, you only put out 1 card. You always
Okay.
put 1 less than the number of players.
Gotcha.
So if there were 5 of us playing, you'd put out 4 cards.
Okay.
So what we do is we look at these cards that you can see here that have all these different symbols and different
Yeah.
colors. We're racing each other to get 6 cards in a row on our table in front of each other.
Right.
And be the first one to do that.
Okay.
And then you do that by looking at the card real quickly and saying, what color do I see the most of? Is it white? Is it red? Is it blue? Is it green?
So I think there are more green symbols
Right.
on that card around the
So you lay it
outside.
down and you choose a green card.
Okay.
So same thing, you look at it really quickly, you think it's yellow.
Okay.
We put it down, I think it's yellow. So we race each other. First person that gets 6 in a row says rock, stop, and everybody has to stop.
Gotcha.
So don't think that you lost if you only got 3.
Okay.
Because that person that got the first answer might have
Right.
had some wrong.
So how do you check your answers?
So you check your answers by this little holographic symbol.
It's the
graph.
classic red filter. Okay, so you got this neat little eye.
And you look at the eye,
Yep.
and there's a symbol that shows in that little magic eye, and
Yep.
it has to match the symbol shown on the
next
next
one.
card. So there's a little graphic in the center of that stone.
Yep.
And you have to see if that matches
And
that
if that
stone.
matches,
Then you
you
check
check
the
your
next card.
answers.
Then you check the next card.
And if I got, say, the 3rd card wrong,
Then you're wrong from the rest on.
so I only got 2 cards.
Exactly. That's why it's important not to give up hope. If you
Excellent.
weren't the first one.
And then you play to a certain number of points?
Yes,
Or
well, then that person gets to choose those points, or gets to
Gets
grab
their
that.
first
If it's just
choice
you
of
and I, then I
cards,
get the
right.
1 point,
And these point cards range.
from 1 to 14, I believe.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, yeah. So you can play different ways, who gets the most points, going through all the point cards, depending on how long you want to play, or whoever gets the most points after 3 rounds, 4 rounds.
Okay.
Like HABA, you can always choose how to play the game.
Excellent. And is Rocks available now or
It
very
is.
soon?
It's
Okay.
shipping now.
Excellent. Now, the next game got all of us here in the room very, very excited. Why don't you tell us about this one? I'm
This
going to
one?
clear these
Okay.
these stone cards out of the way.
So this one was, as you know, I go to the Nuremberg Fair and I
Mm-hmm.
pick out which games we're going to import it to HABA USA. And so this one I saw at the Nuremberg Fair and I went nuts over it. So this is what I've decided to bring this in. We're hoping to get it in English by June. Right now the German word is Zum Kuckuck,
Okay.
and so we're calling it Go Cuckoo. So there's the little cuckoo bird,
Okay,
as you
you
see
got a little
there.
bird. Hi, birdie.
And then in typical HABA fashion, we have
Lots of wooden
lots of wooden
components.
eggs.
So these, looks like we have sort of a pickup sticks arrangement, sort of a nest.
Correct.
And these go
So-
inside here.
Yep, sorry, so here was the whole tin.
Yeah.
This is how the game comes packaged in this little box here. And so I took off the tin top, and then we have these random sticks that have colors. So they might be yellow on both sides.
Okay.
Or they might be yellow and blue. So the goal of the game is to get your eggs, so you separate the eggs.
Okay.
And depending on the number of players, let's say everybody gets 4 eggs, we're gonna take 4 eggs.
Okay.
So your goal is to get these 4 eggs resting on the nest that we're gonna start building. And what's interesting is that nest can be built on the outside of the can also.
Ah, okay.
So we start building a nest here. And the object is to get your eggs to rest on the nest without falling underneath the level of the can. And at the end, if you're the last one to get your eggs, you have to balance the cuckoo bird on there.
Okay.
So the way you start deciding how you get to pick up sticks is you get 3 tries. And your attempt is to try and get a stick that has the same color on both ends. Once I get a stick with the same color on both ends, I get to place that stick on the
Okay.
nest. If I don't, I get to draw up to 3 times, because I might have drawn a red and a green, or a
Right.
blue and a yellow or something. And I don't get to ever place my egg unless I draw one with the same colors.
Okay.
Get that?
Yeah.
So as the game gets going, if you want to help me build some nests
Yeah.
here, you could actually start building the nest on the outside of the can also.
Oh, boy.
So it becomes very strategic as you're placing your sticks
Yep.
as to where you want them to go. You know, and
And
I
then
can
maybe you
also,
could place an
yeah,
egg in
maybe we
there.
can place an egg in there. No.
Ah.
never. But if we kept building this, then we'd obviously be able to start placing
Right,
some eggs.
eventually you're able to do it.
And if I make your egg fall in, I think that I have to take it back into my pile.
Okay.
So, it's kind of animal upon animal,
Wow,
except
but
sticks in a
You
can.
really create some interesting structures here.
Yes.
No!
And it's interesting when you start getting eggs balancing on the outside.
Okay.
So
Excellent.
I
But
can-
since you just acquired this from
It's my
Nuremberg,
only copy.
this is the only one you've got. What
Yeah.
what sort of timeline are you
You
looking
know,
at
I
here?
just texted my coworker in Germany to see if she had an ETA yet, because it's ready and shipping in the German version. So it's just a matter of getting the can reprinted in
Right.
the American English version. So I'm probably thinking June or July.
Excellent.
Yeah.
What else can you tell us about?
Oh, we've got lots
I know
of
you brought a
stuff.
whole bag full of stuff. Let's pick 2 more titles. What can we talk about?
Okay. Again, another pocket game I wanted to talk about was the Mix and Match Robbers. And if you can help me here,
Yeah.
we have a deck of cards. We have yellow, if you want to show those. These make up a figure.
Oh,
So it's a tree trunk, which is the head, the grass, which is the feet, if you can see that. And then you have the body parts.
ah,
So we have green, which is grass. You turn it over, that's a bottom of an animal.
Okay.
Yellow is the middle of an animal, and the blue is the top of an animal. These are all of the animal cards that make up all of those various combinations.
Yeah.
So what we do is we shuffle these, and we create a circle around
Oh.
the entire, I don't know what view you want to see these at, but here, if you help me.
Yeah.
We just create a big circle, kind of randomly. I didn't shuffle these up well, so we kind of want to mix them up, so we don't have all the same animals next to each other.
So different combinations of the animals, heads,
Exactly.
bodies, legs.
Again, your attention to detail is gotta be
Okay.
pretty accurate and fast, because we're racing each other.
And so now so I'm trying to find this exact combination.
Yep, so once the dice is rolled, you turn over a card. Did you find it already?
Yeah.
He's cheating, he's
Yeah, well,
looking ahead.
while you were setting up, I looked.
So you roll a dice, and if it's yellow, I change the
You
yellow
change the
body
yellow.
part. I
And now
them
we have to
graded.
find the new,
So now
it's the
we-
same.
So once you grab it, if you're the first to grab it, then we check his answer to see if he got the right animal, and you get to keep that card.
Okay.
And then you roll the dice.
So now we change another yellow,
And we should
and it's the
shuffle
same
that.
one.
Let's
Yeah,
shuffle
let's
it, yeah.
let's pick from the bottom. And it's this one now.
So we have to,
It's this one.
yeah,
Haha.
he's much faster at
I'm
it
super
than I am.
fast. Okay, and then you play until they're gone, or
Yeah,
until a certain
or the
number of
first player
cards?
gets 6 cards,
Yeah.
or until they're gone. So
Excellent.
again, it's just a little mini pocket game, great price point, around $7.50 retail,
Okay.
and,
And
great.
that's available now as well?
That's available now as well.
Excellent. Anything else you want to talk about?
Well, we've got lots of other games.
I-
But we'll have to set them up. I don't
We'd
know
have
how-
to set them up.
how
Okay, the one
quickly we can do
I
it.
saw in the bag that I wanted to talk about real
I
quick.
definitely
Space
wanna play
Planets.
Space Planets.
How does this one work?
So the whole idea of Space Planets is that you're spending fuel crystals, these little blue fuel crystals. If you want to just
Yeah, let's
swipe
just
those
let's
aside.
swipe. We'll clean this all up later.
So obviously with the name, it's Space Planets. So we have planet cards.
Okay.
We have a dice that has fuel crystals.
Mhm.
I think it's 1, 2, or 3.
1, 2, or 3?
Fuel crystals. Then, so you have 4 players. Each gets a little to pick their color of spaceship. You want a blue, yellow, green. What spaceship color do you want to be?
Okay. I want this one. Blue.
So you would shuffle these cards. I shuffled them before I got here, and you create a. I'm going to do it for the camera here. You create a 3x3 grid.
Okay.
Now I shuffle these. This grid of cards should be at least a dice apart.
Okay.
You know why?
Because you're gonna put that die in the middle of them.
You have to aim the dice from outside the board and try and land on that card in order to try and buy that planet.
Oh, so it's a dexterity game.
It's a dexterity game. So you have to watch your spending because you only have a limited number of fuel crystals to buy planets.
Ah.
So you landed on that card.
Okay.
And if you would have even landed on a portion of it, you
Just
get
as
to
long as it's on there, yeah.
So this planet card is worth 2 planet points, or 2 star points.
Okay.
So at the end of the game, you want to have the most points. You only rolled a 1 fuel crystal, so that's a great deal. You've got a planet that's worth 2 stars, and you only have to buy it with 1 fuel crystal.
That sounds like a deal to me.
So everybody starts with 4 crystals.
Okay.
So during the game, you get to earn more crystals, and you can spend your crystals. So it's a matter of watching your spending, watching your fuel
Wow,
consumption.
it's a little economic game for kids.
And there's, of course, special objects or special things that happen with the cards. So if you decided to purchase that planet, you would put one fuel crystal in the pile, and you would take that planet.
Okay.
But it has a little action on the end of it. This says for 1 round with all the little green people, for 1 round now, everybody has to spend 1 more fuel crystal than showed on the die.
Wow.
So now it's 2, that if you rolled a 1, it would be 2. You know, if you rolled a 2, it would be 3.
Yeah, there's some complexity.
Yeah,
to this.
so you keep that, and then we just put another planet here in the grid. There's 1 black hole. I don't think we have one out here. If they hit the black hole, that's basically a lose a turn.
Oh,
If you
okay.
landed on that, you just take it out, but you lost your turn. You can't do anything.
Excellent.
If you happen to roll and you don't hit anything, you earn 1 fuel crystal.
Okay.
So it's just not a worthless roll.
Excellent. And this is also available now?
This is available now.
Very nice.
Yep.
Leah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I wish we could talk about all of these games, but fantastic. Thank you, Leah
Thank
from
you.
HABA, and thank you for watching. Now we can just sort through all of these.
Awesome. Did that turn out? Yeah, I thought we had an hour, so I was like, oh, we can
no.
play all these games.
Don't worry, you have more time to talk with the audience.
Yes. So we live stream as people have been watching that and
okay.
chatting along. It's like, ooh, that was
Oh, cool.
Hey, Leah.
Yeah.
So I know HABA has a few apps out.
Yes.
Any plan on doing more? Because I can think of a few games, especially Karuba, that would make amazing board game apps. Just saying.
We definitely are, they have a whole department now working on apps. In fact, they've just acquired a company that, that's their specialty. So, we're gonna see it. And I have little to do with that,
Yeah?
because it's not,
So
I don't know how to generate sales
we're
online
back
for
over
an app.
here.
Yeah,
You know,
sure.
or the
Leah's gonna come over in a
so
second,
that's
so have
why
your
they
questions
are
ready
working
and we'll
with the
start
company to do that.
getting questions for
who
Leah.
would
There was a
I
question
chat to
about
what
the name of the
plans
cuckoo
are?
game, so it'd be nice.
Zoom Kukuk.
Yeah, if we could bring the box over to show people how it's spelled.
Yeah, I'll bring it over right now while we wait.
Okay, and
Perfect.
he is gonna be at Gen Con for the first time.
You ask,
So
we
I
deliver.
need to set up like what I want him to do at Gen Con. So.
When we
do you have
can.
an interview with him?
Well, I'll have to ask one of my compatriots. I'm not going to Gen Con, but I'll have to ask one of my compatriots to
Okay.
get the 411 for me.
I mean, you guys might
I
want.
apologize, I'm catching like every third question in the live chat, so if I miss your question, it's Z's fault.
What did I do?
Okay.
Okay, here we go, Zoom Kukuk.
Oh, perfect. A change of subject.
Zoom Kukuk. Interestingly enough, there was a card game called Zoom Kukuk back in 1990 something. And I actually thought that this was like a new version of the game with pieces until she showed it and I said, wait a second, it's not the same Zoom Kukuk.
There's questions for.
Oh yeah. I figured there'd be a lot of those. We'll get to them once she comes over. So look at the eggs for it, and the sticks. Let's see what the internet has to say. We have a lot of we're moving into questions. I'm going to talk about in the interview. And sorry for making noise, but this is just a lot of fun to play with. I can see why Eric was so excited doing the interview.
Should I bring my little bag of goodies with me?
Sure. Because you might be able to solve more while we wait for our next publisher to come. So, the big thing they've been asking is two things that I've noticed that I have the same questions is the family line. So, Karuba right now, hard to get. Are you bringing more copies over soon?
We are. We, of course, outsold what we projected, and so we're working on getting more copies.
Are you happy with the line? Or people are asking, are there going to be more games in the line than just
Oh,
the
yeah.
first three?
Yes, they're already working on the next round of games.
There you go, more games from the family line. Adventureland, I know I haven't been able to play the game yet, but Tom, even Rado was with us the other day, and they were saying that they think it might win the Spiel this year, that it's that good of a game.
Yeah, I've heard that about the Karuba too. I tend to think and I'm not an expert by any means of what the games are that they chose, but Karuba is just phenomenal. It's you play everybody at the same time, and it's very strategy, but yet you can goof up. Everybody makes a mistake by making themselves a dead end on the board. I don't know. Have you played it yet?
Yes,
Okay,
Karuba
yeah.
I played.
Yeah. Well, interesting to know, maybe people don't know this, we do have on our HABA USA website, we have a link to an expansion cards already for Adventureland. So there's some English expansion cards.
English expansion cards for Adventureland. You heard it here first, so go
To HABA USA.
go to HABA USA and you can get those. The next question I've been seeing a lot is Super Rhino Hero. People want to know if Super Rhino Hero, everyone sees the pictures of this, and will you ever be able to bring it over? What's the story behind that?
Unfortunately, no, the CPSC won't allow it to pass. And that's because I had it at Gen Con, and a woman actually stood on a chair to try and get the next level on. Because the cards were built so big and so sturdy, we could build it to the ceiling here. So we would need ladders, we would need chairs. It's a fall hazard. So I think that I can probably put a little peek out on some good news. We do have a new version of a more complicated Rhino Hero that hopefully will be released next year.
Did you guys hear that? More complex version of Rhino Hero. Now, the big copy that you brought to Gen Con, what's the chances that we can get that to be brought to Dice Tower Con at some point?
Can you promise not to fall off chairs?
We would promise not to fall off chairs.
I can see what I can do for you.
Wouldn't that be great if we could get the that copy of Super Rhino in the Dice Tower Con library. I think that would be incredible. We'll see what we can do. We'll be talking offline after this. Let me see what other questions we have. Let's see what other questions we have. Deluxe versions of the Family Line games.
By deluxe versions, what do you mean?
Like the nicer components, etc.
I mean, HABA already makes our wooden components at our own factory in Germany, so I don't know that there'll be any better, better, I guess I'm
Yeah.
not sure what.
Let's see what else we have. More about when's Karuba coming back. That seems to be everyone's very interested in that. Is it on the boat yet?
If I get you an update later today or in a few hours, can I come and
back.
update you?
Of
Sure.
course.
Sure.
Let's see what else we have. Any new family games? Come on, you guys have to have more questions. I mean, HABA is such a great company. I saw some old HABA games back in the day, but the first one I really loved was Dancing Eggs.
Yeah.
That's still doing well over
Yes,
here. I
very
mean,
well.
it's
Yep.
just so much fun to put those eggs everywhere and walk around the table, and it's.
I mean,
very
what's
neat.
exciting is that I think I have 20 new titles here at GAMA that I didn't have here last year. And this summer, so HABA does 2 introductions of new items. And so this summer, June, July, I'll have another 14 titles. So I'm bringing over more and more because I have more confidence now in the U.S. market liking the HABA games. So
Someone just asked about expansions for Karuba. Any plans for any expansions to add more players?
you know, I don't know that is on the. I can ask that question of Germany. I do not know the answer to that.
And just a generic question for your company is the yellow boxes. How did that come about?
It's been in the company for 75 years. That was the first color, the game box that they chose. The only reason some of our, like the Go Cuckoo, and we have Unicorn Glitter Luck in pink, and some other little different colors in the games, the only reason we changed those games is really in Germany because HABA games are so well placed in department stores and everything. It's a sea of yellow. So they started trying to distinguish, and of course we made the older young adult family games you're calling
Yes.
into the different color boxes instead of the yellow. But we're kind of the golden box of the toy industry.
I know.
It's easy to spot. It's a great value.
And great for kids, just totally great.
Yeah.
So someone's saying they don't see where on the site should they go for the
It's
eventual.
actually on our blog. I can give you a link. I can give you a link in 10 minutes. I'll come back with a link.
Yeah, when we have a link, we'll type it into the
that'd be
chat here.
perfect.
That way you guys know what the link is. But we will find you those Adventureland cards.
I mean, the best shot. I see the question. The best shot at Spiel DR. Again, I think it's Karuba.
There you go.
That's
Karuba. I think this is going to be HABA's year. I
Yeah.
mean, everyone's been saying that these family games. I mean, you've always done great kids games, and to get into the
young adult.
the young adult
Right.
has to be great for you guys.
Right. I mean, it's awesome. What's great about it is bringing that bring that 2-year-old into just playing a game. So if we can get them at that young age and get them to start playing at that young age, and then have their parents enjoy playing it with them, then we can also bring them up into that young adult game.
Yes. Well, if you guys don't have too many more questions, send 1 or 2 more before we have to turn the camera around because Eagle Gryphon is here. So.
I have one. Can I share one quick story?
Oh, of course.
When I was at Gen Con, a woman came and she had a 2 or 3-year-old that she could not get to engage to playing games. And her husband were both true gamers. And she bought my very first games, The Orchard, where I have the big pieces of fruit and they're playing against the
Yes.
pesky little raven. She came back to the booth the next day, almost like shaking and so happy. She said, I had to come back and tell you. She said, my daughter actually set up the game herself, wouldn't let us help her, invited us to play her game. And she said, it just brought, shivers down her spine that she had finally found a game that her daughter enjoyed because she could set it up. She could set it up and invite them to play, not them setting up and saying, come on and play this game with me. So it's kind of cool that HABA has games that can do that for the children.
Yeah, I mean, when I think of HABA, I've always thought of kids games. Now, obviously, the family games. So interesting enough, they're asking if you like any heavier strategy games as well, or do you just like the lighter family games?
No, I've picked up every strategy game that HABA has. So it's not that.
No, not that, but do you like heavier strategy games, like the heavy Euro style games as well? You personally?
I don't. I haven't. No, I've been spending all my time in the toy industry, and so this is my first. I'm just learning this whole game.
Oh, and they're saying, pull out some more stuff from
What's
the
in the
box and
bag?
show
What's
us.
in the bag?
Yeah, what's in the bag? And wait, and giant animal upon animal, or more animal upon animal.
You know, somebody asked me that question last week, so I asked Melanie over in Germany, and she said not any plans right now, but we've already got 3 versions of it. Sleepy Castle
Sleepy Castle, another
is
one.
a dual memory game where you're earning little golden treasures. There's little treasure guys,
I'll hold it up for you.
little knights protecting the treasures. So if you can find 2 of the knights that are next to each other and put them to sleep, you can steal the treasure that they're guarding.
Sleepy Castle.
We have Ooga Ooga, which is a caveman
I
mammoth
love the
masher.
titles. Ooga Ooga.
So if you show a little picture of the back of the box,
Oh, this one has cool dice.
There's a little-
This one has cool dice.
little bone breaker and a little mammoth masher, and they're eating munch points as they go through the jungle and smashing things. So
Ooga Ooga.
Ooga Ooga.
I want to sing that song.
It's kind of, you roll the
Ooga
5 dice, and
Ooga
it's kind of
Ooga.
like Yahtzee. You're farming the dice.
It's Ooga Shaka, but I'm singing in the jungle right now in my head.
Silly Shenanigans for 4 and older.
Silly Shenanigans.
So the Silly Shenanigans has a little cloth bag with different wooden shapes inside of it, and the child is trying to get 4 different shapes of 4 different colors on their little board before anybody else does.
Oh, these
So
all
it's a
look
blind
great.
pulling from a cloth bag.
These all look great. It looks like Eagle's ready, so
Okay.
thank you so much for coming out
Thanks
today,
for having
Leah.
me.
And we will see you soon.
I'll
Look
get you
for
that
HABA
way.
Games on your shelf. And as we just asked, maybe you'll be seeing the Super Rhino Hero at Dice Terracon this year. Okay, we're gonna turn it back around to
Awesome.
Eagle Gryphon, and you'll get to see Eric with his next interview.
Well, we just,
Yeah, eventually.
we could even turn off the mic if you want. If you want to still be secret before they actually start seeing us.
But it's really, this is gonna be a fun little,
Yeah. I think we just set up a few minis on here. We should be.
yeah. And just enough of these that I can show how
Yeah, oh yeah.
the rooms slide around. Unfortunately, I don't have any rooms that are print, that on this white.
Again, I think it's pretty clear that we're looking at a prototype at this point. But that's kind of cool. It's so cool.
Yeah, so very different.
Do you want to do this one last?
Because I figured we could do it last, because that'll be,
So we could do,
since it starts on Kickstarter in a few.
so you want to start with Rebellion, then do the playmat, then Dragons, then this?
Sure. Yeah, just a quick thing on the
Yeah.
playmat of going, okay,
Of the-
yeah, it's been so popular with baseball.
Competitive play, what is it, organized
Competitive,
play?
organized play. Let's just stick some-
Stick some minis on there and then we'll shovel this off to the side and we can get going.
Get our scientist on here. We'll do something like that. Okay. So take that over.
That is off. In fact, we have a nice, we know exactly this is
Yeah,
the
this is
visual
this is
range
the
we
working
have.
area. That's the working area.
When you're ready, I will attach, or you can attach this to you. I'll turn that on so that we can hear you. I will do the same here.
Coffee out of the
Drop-
way.
Attach that, there's a little clip on the side if you want. All right, team, you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. Well, once we get both of those running, I'm gonna do a quick clap for sound
Sure,
matching,
sure,
and then
sure.
we just want to warn people, otherwise they sort of freak out if you just start clapping right next to them.
I've clapped a lot.
Rebellion, Galactic Rebellion just finished Kickstarter? or
It
it's
just
still-
finished Kickstarter, so it'll be out in a few months.
Are you ready, Sam? Alrighty, here comes our clap. Hello and welcome back to Las Vegas for the 2016 GAMA Trade Show. I'm Eric Summerer here with Rick from Gryphon Games. We have a bunch of stuff to show off, including a game that just finished Kickstarter.
Right.
This is a new one from Glenn Drover.
Right. It is part of the Empire, what is becoming part of the Empire series.
Okay.
So this is Empire Galactic Rebellion, and this is the board for it. Of course, this is prototype, so.
But this is the size we'll be
This
looking
is the
at.
size, and this actually is the artwork that goes on there. Just like Empire's Age of Discovery, this is a worker placement game.
Okay.
It does have some new mechanics to it. The battle system is a little bit different in that there are cubes that you can collect as you're going through. Those cubes, when you go into a battle, go into a bag and you draw them out. And whoever has the most cubes is actually the winner of the battle. But same mechanics in a lot of ways. You have your worker placement on this side. You have the specialists. New to this is a Galactic Senate. So a little bit more in depth than Empire's
Age of Discovery.
Discovery,
Yeah.
but still very familiar so people can get into the game very quickly.
Okay.
Just came off of Kickstarter and will be out in the next couple months.
Excellent. So also in the let's show large swaths of flat things,
Yes,
you have a new
large.
organized play system for baseball highlights.
Right, baseball highlights is, of course, a very popular game for us. So
This is one of these neoprene play mats.
Yes, and actually we have two of them. This is going to be one of the prize supports. So you have the mat, place to store your runners, place to store your minor league cards. So instead of being up here at the top of the board, we set them over here.
Okay.
So this will, during the organized play, be a grand prize.
Okay.
So this will be given out, and this one is for the retailers, and we're probably going to be selling this as well, this double mat.
So this is
literally
essentially a
face-off.
double version of what you just showed me.
Exactly, and it's a face-off, and your free agents will go in the center. So we're pretty excited about this. We've never done organized play before, but we feel baseball highlights is just the perfect game for
Excellent.
this.
So when's this being rolled out?
Beginning of baseball season, so April 3rd.
Okay.
And so it'll be available to the stores starting next week. So anybody who's a fan needs to let the stores know about it, so they can get the organized play going.
Okay. So next up is a new edition of an expansion to a game that's been one that we've enjoyed for some time.
Yes.
And a much larger box. We should bring this out.
This
'Cause I don't remember
This one even surprised me on the size of it.
So this is the Dragon expansion
This
for
is the
Defenders of the Realm.
Defenders of the Realm Dragon expansion.
I mean, this
and
is a big box.
It is.
So
yes.
there's a lot in here too.
There is an awful lot. Of course, you have new cards for and different tokens. There's some new rules that are coming out for the game, but this is the fun part of it. Here's our dragons.
Yep.
And let's see, make sure that it's
Make
on
sure
the-
they show up, yeah.
So make sure they stand up. So we have 4 new dragon generals. Well, 4 dragon generals.
Right.
Of course, Sapphire is still in there. You can't get rid of Sapphire.
Right.
Sapphire is too big a part of it. And Onyx. So we have the 4 dragon generals.
But then there's
new
more
placards,
dragons in
and
there.
there's more dragons. But wait, there's more. So these are
The Agents of the Dark
Agents
Lord.
of the Dark Lord, exactly. So we have 3 of these, including Cinder, who doesn't want to come out of the bag.
And we were also saying there's some, in addition to the Larry Elmore art that's been sort of the hallmark of this series, there's also some new art, so a slightly different art design for some of these new minions.
Right, and to show that, this is the book. There are scenarios that are being added in, but some of the new art that you were talking about. And once
Oh,
get
I mean,
to it,
wow, it's
this
all in
is-
the rule book there.
It is all in the rule book. So we have. Let's see.
So you get a better
there we
look
go,
at
there we
the
go.
evil dragons that are destroying you.
Yes, exactly. But this is a beautiful, beautiful rule book. It just, has the new rules for the dragon generals. It has new scenarios. It has an award tracker. So there's a lot more added to the game.
It is a more
for this
robust expansion than
Very
the
much
original.
so. Very much so. Of course, tons of cards.
Yeah, So when do we see the
It
Dragon
is out
expansion?
now.
Out now.
It just came in, so this is now available.
All right. So one thing I know is not out now. You have the last thing we want to show is a prototype that I'm actually really excited about. This is
I thought you would be.
this cool circular board. Now this is obviously a prototype. We're looking at some printed cardstock as
Right.
well as some just white tiles that are
Correct.
making up this board. But
Correct.
this is a plastic circular concentric circles.
Right, so this
sort of-
board would be filled up.
Okay.
And these will be black on the back side. This is just a white sample so we could make sure everything fit.
We should probably
and all
start
that.
with the name of this game.
This is called thank you.
Yes.
This is called Daedalus Sentence. It's going to be on Kickstarter starting this weekend.
Okay. Which
it
is
a
dates.
Saturday.
that would be
14th, 15th, whatever, the 20th.
The 20th, yes, March 20th.
Don't hit me with that.
I
this
know,
early.
you
Come
have to
on,
do this
is-
early date
This
map.
is Vegas and it's early.
But
and-
you know, people watching this after today. Anyway, March 20th is
Right.
Kickstarter start.
This is a cooperative game, and you are prisoners in a space prison. You
Okay.
are trying to escape the Daedalus.
For a crime we didn't commit, right?
Of course.
Yes.
Of course. It will always be a crime you didn't commit. And what happens is that as you move around, tiles will be revealed. So you see some of these that
So
have
many of these
already
start out
revealed.
face down, looking sort of like the white tiles.
Right, they all start face down. But the interesting part is that you're able to also manipulate the board so that as you play, the board's going to, and each area is going to start changing. Now, of course,
Okay.
these would move too.
Right, right. These don't
Uh,
slide as well because they're cardstock.
Right, so everything would start changing. The room is revealed. It could reveal, somebody trying to capture you, the Loctite scientist, who wants to experiment on you. And
These guys look friendly. They're fine. You can just reason with them, right?
he's a very nice guy.
Good.
Yeah, I go, he'd be a perfect one to go out and have coffee with at 3 in the morning here in Vegas.
So you don't know what you're going to see. You may barge into a room. It could be good for you, terrible for you. It could
Exactly.
have a friendly guy like this fine gentleman with the
Or-
tentacles coming out of his back.
Right, or Lizard Boy here, the Loctite
Yes.
scientist. But literally, because it's a cooperative game, if anyone gets captured, basically you've lost the game. So
Okay.
you are trying to work together and really coordinate your efforts so that these guys don't come in and capture you.
All right. So
Ruin
on
everything for
Kickstarter,
you.
essentially now,
Yeah.
or within the next few days if you're watching live. And what's the time frame? How long is the campaign going? When is production going to happen?
Campaign, production has already started actually.
Oh, great.
But the campaign will last for about 20 days.
Okay.
We've been going a little bit shorter with the Kickstarters a lot because we find that works very well. But the game should be out around third quarter of this
Okay.
year.
Great. Excellent. Rick, thank you so much. Lots of great things
Thank
to
you.
talk about. Lots of neat things
Yeah.
to see. Thanks
Yeah,
for
we're
watching.
really excited.
All right. Awesome.
Fun,
I'll
fun.
grab your mic from
Fun,
you first
fun.
thing, and then we can sort these into their proper.
Yeah, I don't want to walk off with your.
Don't worry, I'm gonna bring you over to chit chat with the internet now.
Oh, okay.
Thank
I'll
you.
go over and. Are you sure? What do I need to take over there?
Okay, we're bringing Rick over.
Oh, God.
If you have questions for Eagle Gryphon, just send them here and we'll ask questions. Zia, are you gonna join us for this?
What?
Are you gonna join us for this one?
I'm not. I'm waiting for this gentleman over here to switch out the water bottle.
Ah, okay. Do you guys have any questions for, if you have any questions for Eagle Gryphon, now's your time to get them in.
Walk around this way.
Yes, we'll talk about that. I can see the first question here. We already have one question. How do I get my store into the OP for baseball highlights?
Need to contact Jason Grants, who is our sales manager, U.S. sales manager, and he will have all the details. And you can get through to him at jgrants, that's GRANTZ, at eagle-gryphon.com.
So you guys heard that. If possible, someone bring over the Daedalus minis. They want to see them very close up. We'll see if we get them at some point.
Yeah, we'll get them over here.
Second edition version of Defenders of the Realm core game.
Okay.
Are you going to do that to coincide with obviously the upgraded expansion?
Well, we do have the game out now, so the second edition isn't really in the works for the near future, but we have the base game, and all of these do fit in with.
Yes. Oh, another one. Rococo expansion. What's going on with that?
Still in the works. Still in the works. So it's something that is going to be out, but I don't have a date as of yet.
And Baseball Highlights Super Deluxe. That's the one that comes with everything.
Everything.
Are you going to reprint that? Or?
Yes, definitely. And it's actually should be available now. And also, we do have the card packs. So if you have the deluxe edition or you have a base set, you can get the cards as well and add those in and create your own Super Deluxe. But Super Deluxe is out, so you can get it.
Speaking
Anyway.
of Super Deluxe, someone was asking about, will you have any more starter teams to get all the baseball teams that are like real teams or real major league teams at some point? Because you have 16 now there's 30 baseball teams?
Right. And we are constantly making new ones. And there will be some new ones coming out very, very soon. We're working on a new set that will come out, plus some special things that I'm not at liberty to discuss as of yet, but that will also help with the tournament play.
Yeah.
And
great. I mean,
so we can keep that fresh.
Are there going to be like new teams or new things in the OP?
What's going to be in that tournament kit is, of course, the rules. There's going to be a chart where you keep track of the winners. It's set up for 16 players, but of course the stores could do double that or add more depending upon the number of sets that are used. What you do is you have between 6 and 9 rounds, whatever the store wants to do, to build your teams. So you have your drafting and everything else that you normally would do. Then, after those rounds, after you built those teams, there's no more drafting. Now it's a single elimination, and you go in there and you go head to head and go down to a single winner. Who, depending on how the stores do it, there are expansion packs as prizes, and then of course we have the mats for prizes as well.
2 questions about some designers. Scott Alms, you're just signed a game with him. Do you have any details yet?
Nothing that I can talk about, unfortunately.
Okay, and Vital, you've done obviously stuff with him. Do you have any plans to do more stuff with him?
We have Vital will be doing 2 more games for us. We just got done with Vinos on Kickstarter, Vinos Deluxe.
Yes.
And there will be 2 more. One of them is Lisboa. And Lisboa takes place around the 1700s. Don't hold me to this because I'm trying to remember exactly, but around the 1700s when Lisbon burned down, and you're playing during that time period. It's going to be really
cool.
interesting game.
It's going to be another heavy Euro, I assume.
Oh yeah, it's Vital. Come on.
And what's the 4th one?
To be named at a later date.
But yes, you just heard it here. 2 more games from Vital coming out beyond
Beyond
Vinos, which is already there, and the Gallerist, which is already out as well.
Right.
Dataless Sentence. Do you have an MSRP yet, and what's the time frame on that?
I do not have an MSRP as of yet. That will be announced in the next few days. The time frame for release, somewhere around 3rd quarter.
Somewhere 3rd
of
quarter.
This year.
So either Essen or either Gen Con or Essen or somewhere around there, 3rd
I
quarter.
would probably look toward the Essen, but it could be as early as Gen Con.
So will there be the
Let's see if we have
ultimate
that.
version of Baseball Highlights with everything eventually? Even bigger with everything at some point?
Anything is possible, especially as we add more cards in there. That Super Deluxe could become a Super Deluxe, could become a Super Duper Deluxe. Who knows? I mean, this is one of these games that is constantly evolving, and we're adding more and more to it to keep it fresh for everybody.
Yeah, so they're asking, obviously Baseball Highlights is a hit that people have questions for. Will there be, if the new starter teams are different and unique, will they be different and unique than the current ones, or will they be similar to the current ones, the way you repeated some of the teams in other names?
Some of them might take the repetition aspect to it, where appropriate, but there are some new ones as well.
So there's going to be all new teams as well. You'll get to try different styles of starting teams in baseball highlights.
Right, and we mentioned the minis for Daedalus and wanted to
Yeah, let's
see
bring some
those
of
a little
these
bit
minis to
earlier.
the camera.
Here's one if you want.
Oh, and speaking of this, I see there's a question about the size of the box for Daedalus something.
To be determined. I mean, it's, that's still part of the production aspect that we're working on. It won't be, and here is the Loctite scientist. I can pretty well guarantee it won't be as big as the Gallerist, but it will be a good sized box. I mean, you saw the board, and here's.
That one was biting my head.
And then here's one of the good guys, one of the
good
player
guys.
pieces.
I'll stick them up there so you can see them. That's a player piece.
And another player piece. So there's these two of the bad guys, and then you have 5 players. So it's a 1 to 5 player game. Even though it is cooperative, but there are.
Yeah, so 1 to 5 players. So I guess we'll take one more question because it looks like IDW is almost set up. What's my word? Is it going to ever get its original binder printing again?
Don't have any plans as of doing that right now. But again, nothing is out of the question. If there's enough interest in it, then definitely we would look at doing that.
Great. Well, thank you so much for
All
coming
right,
out
thanks,
here.
Jason.
And we will talk to you soon.
All
Actually,
right.
let me ask you one question on
Yep.
one very more on my side. I've been hearing about 3DH. It's a new version that there might be expansions in the works.
Again, nothing I can talk about.
Any
at this
news
point.
yet? No news yet.
No news. No news on that one. So. But I'll tell you what, you will be the first one I will tell.
Yes.
I'll just email you and say expansion if it comes out.
Yes. Do you hear that? I'm going to hear it before Tom this time. This might be the one time ever that I'll learn this before Tom. Which we love that. That new version, me and Tom absolutely loved it.
Well, I just need to make you feel good about yourself every so often. So.
Anyway, let's switch over to IDW, who's going to do the thing, and we will see you guys in a little bit after the IDW interview.
All right. So used to all your voices. It's so funny. 'Cause I listen to your shows, but while I'm working, so I don't often watch the video. I just have them audio. So all your voices I know so well. It's really funny.
That's weird. Every now and then, Eric will just, in conversation around, will say something that sounds like, wait, that was from an episode.
Or wait, now do I open my eyes?
We had GAMA Games here yesterday, and the internet asked me to do the One Night Ultimate Werewolf thing, and I just came in, said close your eyes, and left all those people with their eyes closed.
It's amazing.
I actually had somebody ask me to do their wedding
Oh, that's fun.
as the One Night Ultimate Werewolf voice, and I thought it was just a little bit of a small piece of their wedding, like an introduction.
Right.
It's the whole ceremony.
Oh my god.
So that's on my docket when I get home, is to record that.
What kind of? Because I wanted you to do the Godfather show for us, but Paramount kind of shot down the trailer. But like,
Hang on 1 second. We are live right now.
oh, okay. Hello, internet.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, good seeing you.
I've got my astronaut cap. That one does not appear to be going yet. I do not see a red dot.
Oh, there's cute stickers that go on this. There's a variant where you stick this on top to win. You race to stack. It's my
Oh.
favorite way to play the game.
Okay.
But whatever, we're fine. I like the wobble.
I'm going to clap real quick to sync the sound on both
Sure.
cameras.
Absolutely.
You ready? Hello and welcome back to Las Vegas for our coverage of the GAMA Trade Show 2016. I'm Eric Summerer here with Nate Murray from IDW. Hello.
Thanks for having me.
So we have a lot of games to talk about,
We
but
do.
first we're going to start with this adorable Tower of Cats, which is a game called Cat Tower.
Very appropriate.
Yes.
Yeah. So in Cat Tower, we're midway through, but in
Yep.
Cat Tower, it's as simple as stacking cats on cats and hoping they don't fall over.
And now you've set me up. Now you've given me this cute little astronaut cat.
This is, yeah, that's a first printing exclusive. So this just came out, and if you're buying this right now, you're getting your astronaut
Oh, no.
cat.
Oh. Okay, so
And so that's what happens with the cats.
so mean to the cat.
I know, I have a cat.
And Cat Tower's available now.
Cat Tower is available right now.
Awesome.
It's from Aza Chan. Plays 2 to 6 players, a couple different variant play modes. It's a lot of fun.
Okay.
It stops traffic when you have a box that cute in the aisle.
True.
We've been demoing this game for almost a year and working really hard to get this paper craft right.
Yeah.
Because that actually you need a really good specific lamination that's not going to crack. And so it's actually been a lot of development, and we're so happy to finally have it out on the market. It's doing really well. So
Awesome.
That's Cat Tower, and you can get that right now.
Cool. Let's begin the parade of boxes because we've got
Okay.
a lot of upcoming games we want to talk about.
We do. Okay. Let's start right here, which is a game that's got a lot of interest. Back to the Future. We'll
Yeah.
be demoing this at the booth later today.
Excellent.
But right now, if we're talking about this a little bit, it's going to be out just hit the water, so it'll be out next month.
Okay.
It's a great game, really well designed. I think time travel is one of the hardest genres to make.
It is. We were just discussing. It's a
Yeah.
difficult. It's hard to get it right, and we keep waiting for a game that's going to do it.
Yeah.
Is this
so
the one?
I think so. So what you're doing in the game is jumping between the 3 timelines that are outlined in the Back to the Future first 2 movies. So 1955, 1985, and 2015.
Gotcha.
And you begin the round with some role selection. So you'll take the role of George or Biff or Marty. And that's going to inform what kind of cards you can play that turn. And so you'll play Marty or George or Biff into one of the timelines in order to complete key moments from the films. So you might want more Marty on stage playing at the dance, or you might need to steal the almanac, or things like this. And then playing these characters into the timelines affects things moving forward. So you see this ripple through time, and you're paying a ripple cost into a pile, essentially. So every time you play someone back, you have to pay things forward as the timeline would change. So really nice design. The marker that's going to move you through the timelines is, of course, a DeLorean.
Of course.
Very thinky. It revs up nicely. It's 2 to 4 players. Probably about 45 minutes your first play, and then that's going to come down. You're going to be looking at about 30 minutes.
Okay.
Really, really interesting game. I love the art as well. It's
Nice.
really
recreating
evocative.
scenes from the movies.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Bob Gale, the producer for Back to the Future, was involved in every element. He so much so that he was picking reference for mailboxes and sending them to us and making sure that we were following the right timeline. And he was picking art and all that.
Okay.
So the team behind Back to the Future has been watching this come through the whole way. So it's
nice.
it's been really a fun project to work on. And like I said, for me, time travel it's very difficult to do as a film. Back to the Future is one of the ones that does it does it well because it's such a personal story, and the game follows that. So it should make everyone proud who's a fan. So that'll be great. And the first 5,000 copies come with an actual Hot Wheel DeLorean that you can use as your marker.
Wow.
So that's
Okay.
pretty fun. There you go.
Next up, what do we got?
All right, next up, this is out this week. So this is an expansion, and this is called X-Files Trust No One. So it's an expansion to the X-Files board game,
Okay.
which is a 1 versus many game by Kevin Wilson. It's a quick play game, 45 to 60 minutes, that sees you playing as agents or the Smoking Man. The agents are, in the first game, they're going around the board closing cases from seasons 1 through 3.
Right.
We've now expanded that to seasons 4 through 6,
Okay.
which brings in more of the monsters of the week. So that's when they started getting into those really fun episodes that saw really famous characters that stuck with the mythos, like Toombs, especially the Peacock family.
Okay.
And so this expansion introduces those characters, and it brings a new mechanic in which, in the old game, the smoking man was playing cards face down, kind of as a trap mechanic.
Right, yeah.
And it was you were bluffing and and trapping players. Now, when you have these more powerful monsters of the week, you play them face up, and they do more damage and can move from region to region even. So it adds a lot of dynamics to it. There's a sideboard now for cases beyond the United States because they started to travel more. I think the budget went up.
Yeah,
for seasons
exactly.
4 through 6. So they started to travel more, so we've incorporated that.
Okay.
Kevin, again, is a huge X-Files fan, so all the flavor and all the little details and Easter eggs are still in here. There's still a major Easter egg that no one has picked up in this game that we hid in the first one.
Oh.
If anyone ever tweets at us and figures it out, I'll send them a free any game from IDW. That bounty has been going for more than a year. No one's ever figured it out.
Wow.
So
Okay.
I guess I hit it too well. I didn't think I did.
You said this is very soon. This is
Soon, if not now.
Excellent.
We've
And
shipped to distributors.
Did we say Back to the Future when we're expecting that?
That's going to be about a month. It's on the water right now. So, okay. This is a major. Let's go
The
with a major.
Godfather.
Yes. Okay. So this is a major show announcement. This is the Godfather: A New Dawn. This is an area control battle for New York, 1950s New York.
Okay.
You play as the head of one of the major crime families, and you are sending out your thugs to take over different boroughs. Truly amazing game. So this is our second Godfather game. We have a Mafia-style game out right now that people can pick up. I'm very proud of it. Well, my name's on the front of the box, so. But that game introduces a couple new wrinkles to the Mafia genre, including a dawn roll that's an offer you can't refuse, where you could wake up from a night phase with a horse head in your bed.
Nice.
Yeah, so that was a lot of fun. But this game blew me away. It's from Jay Cormier and Sen Fung Lim. That's right. So they are the designers of Orphan Black Forest, but they turned this in. It's a great dice combat area control game in which you're using your dice to build sets, and then you're also alternating by muscling out each other who's going to be the Dawn at any given time. And the Dawn gets to demand a favor from everyone at the beginning of the round, and that favor will come in the form of dice that you have to give to him, and he'll be able to use those to take over different areas. There's a Vegas component to it. There's everything you want. This is going to be dynamic. It's going to blow people away. It's coming out. We'll have the first copies landed for Origins.
Okay.
So yeah, so that will be the show debut. We're focusing everything around it. We're gonna invite retailers to a cannoli party the night before the show. So a lot of energy behind this one. We're really proud of it.
Excellent.
It's the Godfather: A New Dawn. I think this will be the light area control game for the next few years that will hit the table the most for everybody out there.
Excellent.
So yeah, big
All right.
stuff.
I have a hankering for some pizza.
Okay.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. It's a new Kevin Wilson design.
This is. So the story behind this game is when we first started working with Kevin, he was very excited to do X-Files, but he told us, go get the Turtles game license, and I will give you a masterpiece.
Okay.
And that was maybe 2.5 years ago, and he's been working on the game since then, and we've been working to get him the license. So over that whole time,
Wow.
and every communication with him ended with, and go get the Turtles license.
Get the Turtles license.
And go get the
So
Turtles
this is
license.
really a labor of love for
This is
Kevin Wilson.
absolutely for him and for the whole team. Absolutely. I mean, this is our flagship. This is the game that we've got years worth of expansions planned.
Okay.
Yeah, IDW's Turtles series, our comic series, is past issue 50. It's our longest running book. It's award winning. It's absolutely amazing. It celebrates 30 years of Ninja Turtles. It still involves the original co-creator Kevin Eastman, and he kind of oversees all the scripts and all that. And this game is based off that. So it's a miniatures combat scenario game in which, again, it's one versus many. One character will be controlling either Shredder or IDW created villains like Old Hob, who's a mutated alley cat, who is probably my favorite character. Karai, who I think has shown up in several versions of the Turtles at this point. Shredder Shunin, word. Anyway, and then the rest of the players will be either a Ninja Turtle or a hero like Casey or April or Splinter.
Excellent.
What's really fun in this and what's new and what reinvigorates the genre is there's a dice sharing mechanic. So each hero player has their own set of action dice. And what they're going to do is they're going to roll their dice at the beginning to start a round, and then they're going to orient them depending on who's sitting to their sides. And the reason they're doing that is if you're sitting to my right, the dice I put closest to you, you can use on your turn. So if we look at each other's dice and we look at the board setup, and we know that you're going to go in and take a big thwack at Shredder,
Right.
I can put a melee strike for you to give you that additional power on your turn.
Okay.
If I'm going to stand back and try and do some range support, you can give me range support. Or if I've been getting my tushy kicked a little bit, you can help me out with some defense.
Nice.
So it's really tactical. The way the play alternates, it's not in player order. It's just whoever's ready to go, essentially. So if we're seeing a certain setup, we can change which hero is going to go
Who
at
goes
one
in
point.
first, yeah.
Yeah, and what that does is it eliminates downtime, because we're always, even when it's your turn, me and the rest of the team
strategizing
are
next.
strategizing, okay, who should go next?
Okay.
And then the villain is playing card-based. So they have a hand of cards that will allow them to activate any unit they want. And then they can also desperation activate if need be, so that they're never left out not being able to do something they want to do. So it shores up a lot of things that I think in a this style game maybe have been weaknesses before, and those are all shored up now. It's quick to set up. There's not too much fiddly equipment management or anything like that. All you need to know is who won the last scenario, and that's enough. You'll get one side will get a buff. That's it.
Oh, interesting.
The way that you go into battle and customize out your character is through a special move deck, and you're going to pick how many. You'll be given a stat of how many special moves you get. For that mission, you'll go through the special move deck, choose which ones you want. That's it. So I play as Leonardo typically. I like to load him out in a way that kind of lets him charge into battle and suck in enemies so that they can't break away, and then let everyone else kind of pinpoint that. So I build him out that way. There's ways to build out differently. You can be much more agile, and that's all very quick to customize. You don't have to track a lot of these things, so it's more pick up and play. If one of your campaign mates can't make it for a session, it's not this big loss to not have that character. I don't know about you, but I've played this genre game for years, and I have a lot of rangers and paladins abandoned in dungeons that may never come back because that campaign dried up.
Okay.
With this, you can just replace and swap someone out much easier.
Excellent.
There's one data point to remember. Who won the last mission? So really fun. Like I said, years of expansion content, all based around the IDW universe. So the box is hitting in July. The first small hero packs will be 2 months after that.
Oh, great.
And then the first large expansion is called City Fall, and that'll be as fast as we can make it. We're working on it now. That introduces some major characters and major plot points. Kevin's working on introducing full co-op for that expansion, so that heroes can play completely just against the game. So a lot of really fun stuff. Everything from this point on will be going straight to retail. There was definitely some online pre-marketing, but that was a one-off just to kind of build the base. And from here on out, it's all just retail focus and nonstop. This is like the BMW of the IDW line. This is the one. So
Okay.
A lot of focus on this brand.
So very quickly, you had a couple other things you wanted to talk about.
Yeah, this is something that's a lot of fun, and once again, let's mention Kevin Wilson.
Yes.
So this is Awesome Kingdom II. This is Awesome Kingdom Mines and Labyrinths. I had no influence on the mines being called the Mines of Murray, I swear. I thought it was a compliment, and then I saw the art for the character, and not so much. So this is our tongue-in-cheek dungeon crawl.
Okay.
It's a very quick play, 20 minutes. You're moving through a dungeon, limited turns. So the game has a nice endpoint, which I think is nice when you're doing satire dungeon crawl. It doesn't overstay its welcome. You're going to get in, you're going to have 9 total turns to collect loot and be the most awesome adventurer you can be. So you might be the Ragebarian or the Paladude or the Rockeneer.
Okay.
It's all very silly. It's all very fun. The art on this game is some of the best I've seen in gaming, just for fitting the brand. It's really fun. So check this out. This will be on shelves this summer.
Okay.
And it has 2 standalone dungeons that you can alternate between, or you can use the dungeon from the first Awesome Kingdom as well. So Awesome Kingdom Mines and Labyrinths, that'll be out this summer.
And you had some pre-art from an announcement you were making here.
This is a major show announcement. Can you guys see that? Okay, so this is a big box game from Jonathan Gilmour, Matt Riddle, and Ben Pinchback, the team behind Dead of Winter.
Yes.
It's called Wasteland Truckers. It's a pick up and deliver game in a post-apocalyptic future. It's insane. I don't know. Let's see if we can swipe through. The art, as you can see, is beautiful, and the gameplay matches the art. If we can see a little bit of this here. So the artist is, I don't know how much of this is fit for PG. It's the Deadpool of board games. I mean, it's hard R. It's hard R. So come in expecting serious, wild violence, excellent tight design, and a whole lot of fun. It's got 10 oversized miniature trucks in the box. You're picking up toxic waste and doing all kinds of wild stuff. A bunch of different factions who I think we just flipped through. I didn't want to stay on that art too long, depending on who's watching the live stream.
How soon do we see it?
We're racing for Gen Con, I believe, so that's the goal right now. There's a lot of work to be done. There's a lot in this box, but it's a whole lot of fun. And if you've been wanting an adult adventure, this is the one for you. So definitely. It's a party. I can't wait to see reactions on that one.
Nate Murray from IDW, thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
And thank you for watching.
All right.
Awesome.
Very cool.
Put a big censored box over some of that art.
After we get the microphone, bring you over.
Yep, we'll turn your mic off.
I think they want to see some of the insides of some of this.
Well, some of these.
I don't know which one's doing not, but we'll find out when we get over there.
Sure.
He found a case of, so we're friends on Facebook, right? And he found a case and he's like, I found it. Yeah, he was out. And he found a case. I was like, I found.
He sent me one, and I asked him about it. He's like, I don't know about that game. I'm like, I can do kaiju, but you don't want anybody to do board game. I think he thinks kaiju's better, maybe. Sure. Because he's done that a few times. It's like a variation.
More here in a second. Did you guys enjoy what you saw there? If you have questions for IDW, put them in now, as you know. Question in capitals with the question after it, so we could scan through. Yep, I'm going to see what they have. I'm not sure if they actually have anything in those boxes because it looked like they were just paste-on boxes and not actually full boxes, but we will find out in a second as they come over if they have any minis or any other things to show us.
We're around the side.
Yes. So we're getting a whole bunch of internet questions here, which we'll talk to you for a little bit. First one is.
Can we both get in here on this?
Yeah, both of you guys come in. Nathan as well from IDW.
Yeah. Perfect.
So you have Nate and Nathan.
Yeah, it's not confusing at all.
Don't get confused.
McNair and Murray, if that's easier.
Yeah, exactly. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, was that just an empty box, or do you have minis that you can show? Because everyone's been asking about the minis.
We'll have some minis at our booth. Nothing to show on film at the moment. They're getting here later today. Our printer is driving from LA with a lot of content for us, so the show hasn't started yet.
So there is minis. You don't see it yet. You won't see it yet, but you will eventually see it.
Yeah, for those here at the show, you can come to the booth, and we'll have some stuff to show us.
I'm sure some stuff will leak out there too on.
Yeah, we'll probably stop by and take pictures. We've been tweeting as well. So, what else? Let me see what else we see here. The Godfather, the new Don, does it the same artist as the Offer Can't Refuse?
It is not. So Corbin Kern, who did an amazing job on Offer You Can't Refuse, some of the most beautiful art. We didn't use his services this time. There's actually very little character art in the game. He wasn't needed. Ron, and I'm sorry, Ron, if I can't say your last name, Guyat did the board, and he did an amazing job on that. It's a double-sided board, very evocative of 1950s New York. A lot of the other art came supplied from Paramount this time. Yeah.
Then we have, let's see what else we have here. Will the Kickstarter backers be receiving all the content extras? This is for Cat Tower. Will they be receiving it all at once, or will it be based on the
it's all in the box. It's all in the box. Yeah.
Let's see what else we have here. Will there be late pledges available for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles?
There is, yeah. The pledge manager will be up in the next week or so. I was just getting shipping quotes because that box got a lot heavier. We added a lot of dice and minis. I had to re-get a quote because we added so much content. So that's all been done. You'll be able to late pledge soon. It's being built out.
I want to.
Is it whiskey or vodka, Suzanne? They're wondering whether you're drinking whiskey or vodka. I saw the question. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Gin. She's drinking gin.
Gin, cold gin.
Okay.
It's cold gin time tonight. We get to our kiss impressions now.
Has the public been asking about?
They were asking whether it was. Yeah, I'm seeing.
No.
I'm gonna start. Let's do a Q&A with you.
No,
Okay,
that's all good.
All
But
right.
but I've been talking to Nathan. Has the audience been smart and been asking about more of like games like Cat Tower and stuff like that?
They-
Yeah, they're asking
Well, they
questions.
should. They should
if the
ask.
audience is smart, they should be asking.
They should be asking about Cat
Is
Tower.
Wed straight to retail or Kickstarter? What are you going to do with that?
We're gonna have a lot more news on that. Right now, I think the plan's retail. We'll have a lot more to share as stuff starts getting going. It's kind of just early days right now, but we're planning to roll information out on that one on a weekly basis over the next few months.
I see the
Back to the Future question. You see that? The question is Back to the Future 1985 the regular timeline or the apocalyptic Biff timeline?
Both timelines are in the game, so you'll have both those characters to play with. Yeah.
Here's an interesting one. How difficult is it to acquire licensing? Do you have your hands on any new ones? Because you do a lot of games that are licensed from movies and
Sure.
everything. Tell us a little bit about that, how you come about getting these licenses.
Well, luckily, IDW Publishing is actually the biggest licensee comic book publisher in the world. So we have great relationships with a lot of partners and a very good reputation of treating brands well. So when we come knocking on the door, it's not a nobody company, and so that helps us a lot. And everything we do, we treat very carefully, and we respect the license and try to really evoke the feeling of that. So that helps. It comes down to money and time, and that's about it. As far as licenses that we have, I mean, Godfather, Back to the Future, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, there's almost nothing from my childhood left. I was trying to challenge Jerry, the creator of this division, to go get something new. Licenses I want, they live.
The Roddy Piper movie? Or
Yes,
on the glasses?
absolutely. I think that as a board game is a slam dunk. What license should we do?
I go Thundercats if we could get that.
Thundercats.
Thunder,
There you go.
Thundercats. Oh,
That's the main mechanic that I've come up with at this point. Is just screaming.
just screaming ho!
Yeah.
Good. So if there's licenses you want to see IDW go after, just tweet them at us, and we will add them to the list. We brainstorm weekly.
Yeah.
Anytime we see things, we're very passionate.
Some of them are bad ideas and don't go anywhere.
It's true. It's true. Yeah.
Most are great.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They
here-
live, and Thundercats being an obvious example.
Here's a kind of follow-up question to that. Do you grab an IP and then come up with the games, or you design the games and then acquire an IP that fits the game?
We tailor the game to the IP because we don't want to slap Godfather on a box. It doesn't feel like a Godfather game, or Ninja Turtles on anything. Obviously, there's some bigger companies than us that have done that, and we want to treat with respect the brand. Like, we're all here huge Ninja Turtle fans.
Right. And sometimes to get these licenses, the first thing you have to do is write a pitch of what the game would look like. And so I have a large folder of pitches that were really good and took a lot of time that the license didn't end up going through. So one day that could leak, and we can show you all the beautiful games we made that never went anywhere. But we do very detailed things where we sit and we talk about the price points, the player counts, the play style, designer targets, and we'll do all that and present it to a license and say, trust us with this because we'll do it right.
Yeah, now remember, we are a family-oriented channel, as I asked this question, but they want some more information about Wasteland Truckers, not only the gameplay, the number of players, the time, all of that.
Yep. So Wasteland is going to be I'd say a hard PG-13 game that we're going after. The art's very evocative. It's true, I think, to the theme that we're trying to tell, which is a hard world where lots of sort of bad stuff happens. It's going to have a scenario-driven, story-driven, emergent gameplay that's going to take place over 10 games. It's also going to have a total variable setup, so you can play a randomly set up game, so you don't have to worry about replayability. Player count on that's 3 to 5. We have 6 characters that you can play as, so you have a little variability. And no two games are ever going to be the same. It's going to have giant 2.5-inch hexagons that make up the board, and you're going to get to lay 20 of them out randomly, put cities around them. The board's always going to look different. We're going to have 10 minis on the board, exclusive sculpts on all of those that match the individual cars that all the characters drive. It's going to be a really, really cool game. We're super excited. We've got the design team behind Fleet and Back to the Future came together and put together a really balanced game. Very Euro-style game, and then brought John Gilmer in, co-designer of Dead of Winter, and John came in and made it what they now call a Mid-Atlantic game. He brought some of the kind of Ameritrash thematic, got in there, messed up their math a little bit, made them fix it, made sure that the game thematically worked, and they're all huge fans of the genre, the kind of post-apocalyptic, and I think it's something that we're going to be really, really excited about later this year.
Yeah, well, there you go. You got the information you wanted. One last thing, which I thought was funny. People want to know if there's going to be a horsehead meatball called like maybe a heeple or something for the Godfather game.
I like it. I like the idea.
I like the idea.
Yeah,
We have a horse head in the offer you can't
We
refuse.
did. Yeah, there's a very nice horse head in the first Godfather game right now. To bring that back, yeah, we could do another horse head. It's
There
very
you
possible.
go. Maybe
There you
you
go.
might see that heeple after all.
Heeple.
Anyway, it's a
Heeple?
pleasure having you guys on.
Thank you.
And
you.
Let's turn it over to Z, who's going to be up next.
Good idea, Andromeda about Evil Dead. That's a good license.
We're going to turn over to Z, who's here with Level 99 with the game we've been so excited to see. They're here, Millennium Blades. We're going to get the sneak peek right now.
Yeah, we're good. You can keep rolling. You can start
Do I
rolling
need to
it.
tip this up so they can see it?
We
Or-
can do it as we're talking about it if you'd
Okay.
like. Yeah. Yeah, cool. All right, you ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and clap just for an audio visual sync, okay?
Okay.
Here we go. Hey everybody, and welcome back to our GAMA Trade Show 2016 coverage. I'm Z Garcia. I am here with Brad from Level 99 Games.
Hey there, good to be here.
Good to see you. And we are taking a look at a bigger box than we thought it was going to be. Millennium Blades, the hot new game from Level 99. Here, let's take a look at that cover. Check that out. Brad, tell us a little bit about this.
Yeah, so Millennium Blades is a board game about a group of friends who play a collectible card game, which is also called Millennium Blades. So you start out on pre-release night with your starter deck, and you play the pre-release tournament, and then you start buying cards. You buy blind boosters from the store, you open those, you see what cards are inside, you junk your junk cards on the aftermarket, or you trade them to your friends so that you can afford the hot new cards.
Right.
You can enroll in player rewards, and you can trade in sets of old cards to get cool like fusion promo cards and all sorts of stuff like that. So there's a lot of things going on, and this all happens in real time, like Galaxy Trucker style.
Oh, okay.
So you're constantly, cards are flying around, you're building your decks, and about every 20 minutes of real-time gameplay, the timer clicks and you have another tournament, and you have to play with whatever deck you managed to build
Got it.
in this tournament. So that's the baseline of Millennium Blades. And I'll show you, this game is mostly cards, and I've organized it a little bit with these nice Ultra Pro 18-point loaders. But
Gotcha.
each one of these is a booster set, and you build your store deck by selecting about 15 different boosters and putting them into this one deck and shuffling them up.
Okay.
And then when you get a card, it looks like this on the back, but so you only know the set that it's from and the price of the pack. And then when you buy it, you get to open it up and see what it is inside that you got. Sometimes
So you're
there's-
simulating opening an actual booster pack.
Yeah,
is the idea.
so
Got it.
like you might spend $3 on this, you get like a 3-star accessory, or you might get like this 6-star ultra rare promo. So there's a lot of the excitement of just like one more pack. What am I gonna get? Like I might get the card that I need to bring this whole deck together, and I got like 5 minutes left for the tournament to do it. So let's hurry up.
Okay, cool.
So the game is mostly cards. So we had a little extra money to spend on like the MacGuffins and stuff. So like this is the cash in the game.
Okay.
And so this is a $1 bill. Like you spend this as $1. And
Oh,
so you're
okay.
like, oh, I'll buy all your trading cards for like $10.
Gotcha.
And you
gotcha.
throw these stacks of cash around, and it's great fun.
So this will be exactly like this in the final product.
Yes, this is the final product you're seeing in front of you.
Okay.
It looks
Okay.
like
So this is a $1 set. This never comes apart. You never deal with a single loose.
No, you don't
sheet.
deal with
Okay.
them. You just it's a tactile game piece. I know. And
Neat. Yeah,
I mean,
well,
you could
that's-
use poker chips, or you could swap out for whatever you want, but we liked the feel of having these wads of money
Right,
in your
right.
hand.
Well, it is an interesting. It's an interesting way to tackle paper money without having to deal with a loose sheet of paper money. I like that. That's very interesting. Cool. So, the theme is clearly very tongue-in-cheek here. The gameplay itself. Tell me a little bit about how it plays. Is it a very tactical game? Is it supposed to be is it funny, the gameplay itself, or is it a rich tactical game?
So, so Rado said it was one of his favorite economic games
Okay.
of the
Okay.
season, and I would agree with that. I mean, it is the deck building phase primarily an economic game. You are trying to win the game by winning the tournaments, but also by making money in the aftermarket. By trading with your friends. If you make good trades with your friends, they can give you friendship cards, which are worth points.
Okay.
And also by building collections. So you're trying to use the money that you've made and the friends that you've made to build to gather sets of cards, and you can build the best collection, and you get points that way. So. Winning tournaments, collecting, making friends, making money, kind of the four definitions of winning in collectible card games. That's what we took for our ways to win in Millennium Blades. So partly economic, partly thematic. It's it's almost like a stock trading game where each of the stocks has a cool, unique effect that you can use in this battle game that happens between stock rounds. So take that for what you will.
Okay, cool. About how long is the gameplay of the game?
So it's about 2 hours, maybe 2.5 to 3 if you have a full table, but you can certainly get through it in 2 hours if you're experienced with the game.
When are we going to be able to get our hands on this?
So this is on its way to our fulfillment center right now.
Okay.
So Kickstarter backers are probably going to see this in the next 2 weeks, and then 2 weeks after that, stores will probably get a hold
Got
of
it. So very soon, in about a month, you'll be able to get it. Great. Very nice.
Yeah.
Nice big package. Now, I know there was something else you wanted to tell us about.
Yes. Well, now that Millennium Blades is nearly upon us,
Yes.
I have an announcement for our next Kickstarter project.
Okay.
So a few years ago, we did a game collection called Minigame Library. And I don't know if you guys remember this, but it's a big box with about 6 different games in it. So we are bringing back that same concept this year, but we are doing it in a more focused way. And so late in this summer, we are going to be bringing to Kickstarter a duelist library. A collection of 4 two-player games, fully featured. Level 99 Games is really well known for our lines like Pixel Tactics, Cell Swords, Dragon Punch, BattleCon. These were all our two-player dueling games. And so we have been scouting around for a year to find some of the best two-player games that were pitched to us by outside designers. And so we're going to bring all these together into a big library and make Duelist Library. So I'm really excited about that, and we're going to be announcing the different titles and giving each one a feature on our website in the next few weeks.
So we'll be looking at about a similarly sized box than the original pack?
So each one is going to be a box a little larger than the new Pixel Tactics boxes.
I see.
So they're going to be a lot more fully featured. They're each going to have their own rule books and components, cards, and their own setup box inside this kind of library slipcase. So it'll look kind of like a DVD collection if the DVDs were like large, big boxes. Inside.
Okay, gotcha. So all two-player games, dueling games, coming later this year to Kickstarter.
Yep, that's what we're working on. So,
Excellent. Great news.
I'm
Yeah,
excited.
excellent. Well, it's
Well,
good
thank
talking to you. I'm glad to have you on.
Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you as well. And thank you, everybody, for
Thank you,
joining
guys,
us.
yeah.
We'll see you soon.
Look forward to Millennium Blades.
Cool.
All right, I guess we're set.
We are set, my friend. You can go ahead and go have a chat with your audience.
Okay.
Go answer some
We'll bring
questions
this
about
over.
that big box.
Yes.
Good talking to you, Brad.
Good to talk to you as well.
Oh yeah, Mike, you were right.
So we have this copy, which I may never give up.
I need to hold this giant box. Oh my goodness, this is heavy.
Yeah, it's
That is a heavy box.
And the gamers
we
who
may
play
never
them.
give this up.
Wow. I can't hold this whole time. I'm gonna have to put this down.
Okay, so Millennium
We're doing
Blades. I'm excited about this one.
Yeah, we're gonna bring Brad back over here. So Brad, there was a question that came along asking about the resolution of the tournament rounds when you actually play the CCG in the game.
Oh,
Did
yeah.
you actually play the CCG, or is it more abstract?
It's a bit more abstract, and it kind of works like how would I say? I'm trying to get the exact word. It's a tableau building style game. So it's a little bit Race for the Galaxy, perhaps would be a
Okay.
good way to put it. Like you play cards one by one, but everybody plays together, and you are not trying to beat an individual player. You are working to get the highest ranking points over the tournament. So you're
Okay.
not simulating a single like CCG battle, like a Magic round. You're simulating
It's a
like
whole
a full tournament. And so when I play a card, it's giving me like, it's giving me ranking points, which are simulating wins or
Okay.
or advantage. And then everybody is racing for the highest ranking points by the end of the tournament. So it plays more like a race than an elimination game.
People were asking about a setup time. How long does it usually set up to?
It depends on if you're big deck in the middle, the store deck. That will take it takes a few minutes to set up, but you don't have to do that every single game. You can you can play the same store multiple times, and it'll give a different experience each time because you won't go through it all. So if you don't have the store deck set up, it only takes about probably 5-10 minutes to set
Okay.
up. If you're building a new store deck, probably about 20-25. About 10 more minutes to get that set up.
People are asking
Yeah.
about your hat.
Oh, yeah.
You
I
are
had it.
often known for wearing a hat in public.
Yes, I do. It's a thing. People can find me in the big crowds here at GAMA.
It is
Which is
easier. There's
useful.
only a couple people wearing hats of that particular style. Do you feel competition from Mr. Vassal? Do you think that's something that...
I think Tom has a very distinct look about him. That's
true.
That doesn't.
Distinct
threaten
is a
me.
good
But
word
if he,
for it.
If he picks up my coat, let's just say I'd be very flattered at first.
People asking about Argent. More Argent stuff on the way?
We have new Argent expansions in the works. We're not ready to announce them just yet. We have a lot of artwork to do, but the design is ongoing, testing is ongoing, but we are planning to do more Argent. Yes.
And asking if it's a valid strategy in Millennium Blades to just hoard your money, not buy booster packs, and just watch your friends spend all their money on booster packs, and you just have the money.
There are a few characters that specialize in manipulating the aftermarket and in selling.
Okay.
So one of the player characters is a game store owner.
Okay.
And when he sells cards, he gets more money for it. And when he buys cards, he pays less for them. And so you can kind of run this market and basically just be a supplier to all the other players and make a bunch of money that way. However, you do have to make a lot of money to offset like not placing in the tournaments.
Right.
So some level of balance strategy is important, but you could certainly you can certainly play the tournament, get money, and win on money even if you haven't placed first a lot. And by that token too, you can win on friendship points. I think my favorite, like when you trade with somebody and you make a trade that's good for them, they can offer you friendship points as a thank you, or to leverage the trade or whatever if you're really serious about it. But anyway, one of my favorite games came down to like neither of us had done well in tournaments, but he had been hoarding his money, and I had been like just helping everybody out and getting all these friendship points. And I managed to beat his greed with my friendship by
friendship
1 GP.
beats greed. Okay.
In that instance, it does.
So people are asking about the paper money and how you came up with that.
And how is it produced? I mean,
I'll hold it
what's
up for
the sort of
camera.
production process for these
Okay, so
wads?
so when you get the game, you do get a big brick of paper money,
So
and you get a stack of stickers, and it takes a little while to put them together. But I first saw this.
So it's a wad of money
Yeah.
with a sticker around it.
Mm-hmm. And I first saw this in a game called Easy Money, which came out in like the 90s, and you played with these these gimmicky giant wads of money, and it was like a roll to move stock type game, and it was.
But it is a lot easier to
cute.
handle. I mean.
Yeah. Oh,
you
they're
can
easy to
count it
handle.
and-
They're like, they're almost. I think they're easier than poker chips. but-
So functionally, do you just consider this a 1?
Yeah.
Okay,
You
it's
treat
just-
that like a 1, and there's 5s and 10s in there too. So.
Okay, so this
Even
isn't
though it's
re-
actually a
This
stack of
isn't
ones.
really 8.
Yeah.
This is 1.
That's 1, and this is 10 and this is 5. You play it like that.
Do you tell people how many to put in each stack?
Yeah, we have a little setup instruction in the little book that tells you how to assemble them and everything.
Okay.
But they're cool. They certainly add a flavor level to the game,
Yeah.
which a lot of this game is about thematics and kind of immersing yourself in that CCG world. So that's what we wanted to bring out with the money.
A reference to the Asmodee announcement asking if that player character that runs the game store is an online merchant or a brick and mortar. Because you have to choose.
He's a brick and mortar chain.
Okay.
There you go, brick
Based
and
out
mortar.
of France, actually.
BattleCon, any more stuff coming out for that?
We are in the process of playtesting new BattleCon games. We're planning to announce those later on this year. So look forward to more BattleCon. But we did just release Trials, or not Trials, sorry. Trials is the next one that we have formally announced. We did just release Fate, I want to say November last year. And so I want to give it a little time before we introduce new stuff. So after Gen Con, after we play the World Tournament this year, we'll start talking about new BattleCon products.
So Millennium Blades, how did you come up with it? Were you like a CCG fan growing up or something? Because this is, I think, the most meta game ever. The meta idea of you're playing a game where you're playing a game inside of it.
Me and my friends, we used to get together like every other day and sit and play Magic. And we didn't have like a lot of money, so there was this kind of insular group where our cards would change hands, and we, like, oh, you got that card from him, that's so great, but we would see the same cards coming up, and so I kind of I wanted to capture that sort of insular group feel that we had, but also this idea of playing a CCG, the experience that you get, not when you're actually playing the game, but the experience is so much more. It's all about collecting the cards, about discovering the new card, about, you finally open a pack and you get this card and it's going to overwhelm all your friends and it's so cool, and you can't wait to get to the tournament table and then drop this bomb that nobody's seen or heard of before. It's so that's the experience I wanted to capture in Millennium Blades, and I think we did a pretty good job of it.
No, I'm excited. I know this is going to be one of my top games of the year. I mean, me and Tom were talking about it last week before we got here, and I was like, oh, a game about collectible card games. And I was one of those Magic addicts back in 94, 95, 96. And I was like, Magic, more Magic. I got Arabians now. And so this will totally get that niche without having to spend the money and actually buy collectible stuff.
Give you that rush without actually having to dive into something.
My favorite quote for this game, one of my friends was playing it with me, and he said, and at the end he had just lost the game, and he was salty about it. And he's like, "This is just like a real collectible card game, Brad. I've spent all my money. All my friends hate me now because I took all their good cards and traded them poorly, and I'm exhausted because I've been doing this for so long, and I didn't win the World Tournament even after all that." So it was he was making a joke, but it was a there's a lot of feelings in collectible card games, is what I mean to say. And this game creates feelings.
Circling to Pixel Tactics, any plans?
Yeah.
Someone asked for a master set of Pixel Tactics.
Well, we do have deluxe. I guess by master set, they're thinking the like all the boxes in one box.
Like everything? That's probably what they're looking
I don't think that we're in a spot to do that just yet. I mean, we just released all of the new Pixel Tactics sets back in in January. So I mean, 5 just hit stores early February. So we're still bringing all that together, but we are planning to stop the numbered editions of Pixel Tactics and start doing other kinds of Pixel Tactics games.
Okay.
So we might have and we're still discussing this internally, but just a fantasy tactics or a sci-fi tactics or a Cthulhu tactics or whatever, or doing a history tactics for different nations throughout history, like a civilization style thing. So we're talking about what direction we want to take that series internally, and I hope that that we'll do some more stuff for it soon. But I don't think a master set of deluxe 1 through 5 is coming out. Certainly not this year.
Okay.
But sometime in the future, perhaps.
So, speaking of Pixel Tactics, I know you do all the celebrity ones. There's one person on the Dice Tower that doesn't have one yet.
Chaz Marler.
Well, you need a Pixel Tactics card? I
think Chaz Marler should get a Pixel Tactics card.
I can do that.
It's time.
Let's
It's
do
really.
that.
It's been long enough.
And there's
that
someone
we should probably make
there's
sure
someone
that
sitting
happens.
right here who doesn't have one yet.
I don't know that. Anyway, moving on.
Exceed. How much can you tell us?
Well, I can tell you that it's being printed as we speak right now. It should arrive at the beginning of next month, and it'll be out on the streets. It is a I don't want to say like casual, but it's BattleCon for people who primarily play CCGs. Like it's got a different kind of core that CCG players will find more familiar and endearing than BattleCon. Whereas BattleCon is based on more like the Lost Worlds books and the like those kind of double blind selection, Ace of Aces and such. Exceed is a lot more like plays a lot more like On Guard from Nizia.
Yeah.
And it's got a draw deck, and you have hand management. It's got things that make it feel much more CCG, LCG like. So I think that players will really enjoy that. It's got a very different feel to it, and honestly, I enjoy both quite a lot. And I think obviously there's a place for both because I printed them both. But I'm really excited. It's got great art. It's got a great graphic design to it, and we're planning to host tournaments for it at Gen Con this year. So I hope you guys pick it up and check it out and see what you think.
Yes, we're looking forward to it.
Looks like they're just about ready to start over there. So
Yes, so
we're going
we'll
to say
let you
goodbye
go.
to you, sir.
Hey, it was
I hope you have a
great.
great show.
It's always a pleasure seeing you.
We'll talk about the promos.
Yes, because Chaz, people were really liking the Chaz promos.
Yeah.
And the
Yeah.
gaming machine.
Pixel Chaz. Pixel Chaz sounds
Pixel
good.
gaming machine.
Anyway, it's time to go.
All right. Thank you guys.
Thank you, Brad.
Yes.
So up next we have Dust Tactics.
Yes, let's flip it back over and we'll get back to more interviews.
All right. Let's get this camera going here. And you explained to him about the overhead view and everything? Yes. Excellent. Looks good.
Jetpack guy? Jetpack?
Yeah, right. Very cool. It is actually. We're really proud of this starter set. It's the new army that we're releasing this year. So. Cool. You should see the new faction.
Well, me and another guy in a group named Rob Orton, we're doing a Battle of Brushes series for our channel, and this would fit. That was my fault.
All right, lights are on. Just say something real quick so that we make sure we have.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Test.
You go ahead and do like a clap
Yes,
or
I will.
something. I want to get a read on both of these. This is pre-recorded. Yeah.
Yeah, we're getting sound on here. We should be fine.
All right, gents. This camera is rolling. You can start whenever you want to. Now go ahead and clap again, please, for
We're gonna do
audio
one more
sync.
clap. Hey folks, welcome back to our 2016 coverage of the GAMA Trade Show in Las Vegas. I'm here with Greg from Dust Studios, and so let's hear what you have new coming from us, Greg.
Hi, and thank you for welcoming us here.
Very well.
We're really excited this year because we are starting from scratch, as I was telling you a little bit before, and we are presenting finally the new version of our game, which is called Dust Tactics. We take advantage of the rehaul of the rules and the products to actually rename it and call it Paolo Parentes Dust 1947.
Oh, okay.
It's the whole universe that is going to change, and basically the game is a miniature game, 2 players. They're going to face each other in a setting that is a weird world war, and they're going to just choose their factions, build their armies, and then play and have a lot of fun.
Have at it. So this is kind of like an alternate universe to World War II.
It is actually basically during World War II, Hitler got killed, and the Axis rebuilt themselves into another world, and at the same time they found this weird source of power called the Vril, the VK, and they used that to change completely their weaponry to something way more modern. So it's World War II, but you will have lasers, Tesla weapons, flying troops, everything.
Very cool.
Yeah.
All right, so what have you, I mean, we've got some different things out here. Can you go through some of those things where they are?
Well, this is actually what we are showing at GAMA. It's our catalog that will show you all the factions and the different products, because you have the units, you have the vehicles, different size of vehicles. You have from the very small ones that are glorified bikes to the very big ones that are like huge tanks on legs.
Right.
So it's pretty cool, and this is the flyer that we give to retailers to inform them about it.
How many different factions are there?
We divide the game in 3 blocks. So we have the SSU, which is the remains of the communists, China and Russia.
Okay.
And then you have the Axis, which is basically Germany, Italy, and Japan.
Right.
And then you have the Allies, which is the rest of the world.
Okay.
And inside each block, you will have various factions. Like for this one, it's the Luftwaffe, which is a sub-faction of Axis. So you can play either an Axis army, vanilla, or you can choose to go inside a faction and play only this faction, and you will have some game effects that will change.
Okay, cool. And what new things have you got coming out this year as far as, I know, I mean, you mentioned a complete overhaul, so what kind does that entail?
Basically, I brought here that it's really a prototype. It's the prototype of the book that we are proofreading right now, the 47. So it's going to be a brand new book that is going to rehaul all the rules. But we also have, as you've seen on the box, a new faction, the Luftwaffe, which is going to be our main faction for the year.
Okay.
So we're going to have releases for the next 9 months on this army, plus releases for all the other blocks. But
very cool.
Our plan is to have a new faction coming out like that every year.
Okay. So when are you saying this is going to be ready?
The book is going to be released for free on internet in April. Okay. We're going to have a print version also for retailers. Okay. And the new cards, because the cards are going to be how can I say that, corrected to be more in line with the new rules.
Upgraded.
Exactly. So everything is going to be released in April.
Okay. Everything in April.
Yep.
All right, cool. Are you going to have any presence at any of the other cons this year?
We're going to Origins.
Okay.
We're going to Gen Con, hopefully.
All right. Super.
So it's gonna be nice, and next year we're gonna have a whole convention schedule that is gonna be way more intense.
All right, super. So you're kind of coming back.
Yes.
All right.
With a vengeance.
With a vengeance. All right. Super. Well, thank you, Greg.
Thank you so much.
Very much appreciate you stopping by.
My pleasure.
And we'll see you guys on the flip side. Thanks for joining us. See you next time.
Okay, guys, great.
All right, now what we're going to do is just have you sit over here with Eric and Jason, and you'll field some questions from our live stream.
Excellent. Yeah, if anybody's got some questions like that, they'll ask.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much. All right.
Oh, yeah.
There's one question that's come through.
Yep, we have a type. This one might be a little short because our next guests are already here. So this one will keep kind of short since we have our next guest here. Who, I know you're like, as you can see, Brian Pope is behind me from Arcane Wonders, and I'm pretty excited because we're gonna have some new Dice Tower Essential news here. In fact, we're gonna see some product. I know you guys have been asking us for a long time about Dice Tower Essentials, so you're gonna get to see all that very, very
Hello.
soon.
How are you?
Well, let's talk with
Eric, how
the
are you?
studios for 1 second first.
So some people were asking how compatible this new version is with the original Dust Tactics.
Basically, it's totally compatible.
Yeah.
A lot of people on the internet call that a V3 version, but it's not true. It's a 2.5.
Okay.
So we just streamlined the rules to make them a little bit more, a little bit easier to understand. And we corrected the mistakes that were made or the bad interactions between rules and stuff like that. So it's just a clarification. And we also regrouped Dust Tactics and what was called Dust Battlefield in the same product. So
Okay.
the book will have the rules for playing on a grid or playing on a 3D battlefield.
Some people had asked to see a close-up of the box, so we're not. This is sealed, so we can't actually open it up to see the minis. They wanted to see what's inside.
No, you can open it.
Would it be okay to open?
We're gonna open
Yeah,
it for
we'll
some
open it up.
minis while they're setting up over there.
Somebody asked, when are the SSU getting a new starter?
It's a very good question. The next starter is probably being released at the end of the year. We have to make sure of that because we want to have a starter set that makes sense. The SSU already has a lot of references, and we have a sub-faction in the SSU that we want to release, which is the Chinese Resistance, and it's going to take quite a while to do that.
All right, what's the best one we want to show off here?
Definitely this one.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. We've
Then
got
people are like,
minis
"Open it,
coming up
open
here
it."
to the camera.
There's a lot of gleeful people that are just happy that you're ripping off.
Stick the microphone.
Oh, they don't want to hear you. They want to hear.
No.
You can put it on the stand.
Oh,
if
there's
you
a
want.
stand as well.
Oh.
Oh my goodness.
You can show that it's completely movable and stuff like that because it's really impressive.
Always wanted to shoot Jason with a tank.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh boy.
That is
This
fun. That is
is
a really nice
awesome.
mini.
It is.
This
and
is
very cool.
awesome.
Right out of
Look
the
at
box
that
like
tank.
that. So
Yeah, pre-painted and everything.
Yeah.
That's really cool. Very nice. Will you be at Gen Con this year?
we hope so. Yeah, we hope so.
More out of focus miniatures. Yeah, Jason's just pulling.
Here, we'll put it in focus.
What?
Hopefully my
Oh,
hand focuses it. There we go. Look at that. Now in focus.
There we go.
These look incredible. Incredible.
Well, I think they are just about ready to start with Arcane Wonders.
Excellent.
Anything else you wanted? Any cool
Everything.
minis still?
Hon-
Everything's
honestly,
cool.
everything
Of
is
course,
cool.
you're somewhat hard.
Yeah,
but
show
one
us
more
a
mini.
couple more. I can sit and look at minis all day, especially really good minis like
And
these.
we can do it really silent.
And that mini was actually made of metal. That tank was not plastic. That was metal, wasn't it?
No, actually, it's plastic.
It felt like metal.
I know it's really heavy, and actually, it's because you have a ton of details everywhere.
Oh my goodness! Even the bottom is like really well
Is
detailed.
that
Yes.
ground troop in focus? I hope. Let's see.
I'm not even into miniatures, and that tank is sweet. And yes, they do come painted. That was a question that came through.
Yes, they can come primed, painted, or in model kit. So you can really choose the way you want to build your arm. You can just play right out of the box painted, or you can paint a little bit and it's already glued, or you can glue it yourself and come back.
I just got to bring
Oh,
this.
so
I just
there's
gotta
almost
bring this
there's three
one
different
back.
versions.
different
that
versions
you
of
can
each
purchase.
product.
This
Okay.
is- Look at that.
Excellent.
That is,
Thank
that
you
is
very
one of the
much. No
coolest
problem.
minis
Thank
I've
you.
ever
It's
seen.
really, really neat to see.
It's a pleasure.
All right, we are going to move the mic and the camera over to Arcane Wonders.
Okay. Let's switch back to Arcane Wonders here.
Right. Cool. So yeah, I'll just do a quick intro, and then you can tell us what's coming.
Great.
I'll let you tackle this whatever order you want to. We're shooting for about 8 minutes or so. Okay. The whole thing. Yeah. And like I said, after that, you probably go over there and people will, the audience typically picks up on one thing or another they'll kind of want to focus in on. Yep. So they'll be asking you some questions.
Yeah, great.
Set.
You ready? You ready? Yeah, cool. I'm gonna clap just for audio sync issues, okay? Okay. And then we are good to go. Okay, here we go. Welcome back to Vegas, everybody. We are here at the GAMA Trade Show 2016. I am Z Garcia. I'm here with Tony from Arcane Wonders. How you doing, Tony? I'm doing great. Great, and he is going to be showing us some new upcoming stuff from Arcane Wonders, looking ahead for 2016. So, you want to start right here?
Yeah.
All right, let's do it. Mage Wars Academy.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, you
basically, Mage Wars Academy is our new standalone mage dueling game, and we've come in with this quicker, fast-paced game that basically pits different mages against each other.
Right.
The core set, which is out, is the Wizard versus Beastmaster. But what I really wanted to bring up is that we are heavily supporting this with upcoming expansions. We have 2 mages in the works that are going to be releasing shortly, the Priestess as well as the Warlock. And Academy is its own standalone game, but it also has a tie back to our arena game.
Right.
So while these are coming out at steady pace, it's going to give arena players the ability to purchase these to add different cards to their existing spellbooks.
Right, so you can take this, which is for Academy, but it will work in Arena as well.
Yes, it does not work the other way around.
Right, okay.
We are bringing in Battlegrounds is also back in stock for Arena, and we have the Paladin vs. Siren expansion on the horizon as well.
Okay.
We do have a number of other titles coming.
Now, quick question on those two. When can we expect those?
We can expect them both coming in the July-August range.
Okay,
So
sounds good.
In upcoming months, we're going to have both expansions.
Do you guys have a price range on those?
Those are in the $19.99.
Okay.
Next, we just have a preview here. We have Royals. It's a territory control game by Peter Hawes. We have revamped this game significantly. It's a Dice Tower Essentials product. And it has a Ticket to Ride type difficulty level. So
Okay.
it's a territory control game, but it's very simple to learn and to begin play. And basically what you're doing is you're influencing royals that are throughout Europe, taking different cards, and then spending those cards to place markers to influence the Baron, or the King, or the Marshal, or the Princess. And there are multiple ways to score points throughout 3 different ages of the game. And throughout the 3 ages, depending on where you have influence, you score victory points, and through the end of the game, you determine a victor. But one of the things is, while this is a very Euro-style game,
right,
there's an assassination ability. So basically, you can pay cards to assassinate your opponent's influence in different areas, and then put your own there. So,
Gotcha.
So there is a lot of player interaction within the game as well.
Cool. So I see here 2 to 5 players, about 60 minutes. Okay. And when can we expect to see this?
We're looking at hopefully having some copies available at Origins.
Okay.
But,
Okay.
We're looking at full release afterwards.
Gotcha. So some copies at Origins, hopefully, and then after that, full thing. Okay. Sounds great.
Okay. And another preview we have is Speechless. Speechless is a game designed by Mike Elliott. It is a party game where you are guessing words. And essentially what I want to do here is just show some of these cards.
Okay.
Basically, the cards have different words that the presenter will be showing. And they're easy, medium, and difficult words. Now, if I were the presenter, I would have 90 seconds to present all 6 of the words to the remaining players.
All right.
The kicker is while I'm presenting all of these words, not only can I not talk, but the people guessing cannot talk either.
Okay.
So they're writing down their answers, and what ends up happening is I might be a really poor presenter. I might do a horrible job.
Right.
But if different people wrote down the same incorrect guess,
okay,
they'd be scoring points.
Got it. So it doesn't technically matter what it was. If everybody matched, even if it was the wrong thing, then they've got points.
Then they're still scoring points.
Gotcha.
In the game.
Gotcha.
So it's a crazy, frantic, full laughs party game that we really love, and we know it's gonna.
So you have to get through all of them. You can't really say, okay, now I'm done with one. Here's the next one.
Yeah,
can't
you
talk.
do different words, and you can.
Gotcha.
Like
gotcha.
Word 5 is, and you just go down the list. So
All right.
so basically, that's a quick overlook of Speechless.
All right. And when can we look forward to that?
We're hoping for a Gen Con release.
Gen Con release. Okay. Sounds good. And then we've got one last box here on the table.
And we're really excited about this one.
Yeah,
And
okay.
It's been coming out. It's Onitama. We wanted to bring the presentation value to you guys here. And when you come in here, there's different bays for all of the novices. And we bring out the rollout mat.
Very nice.
Each side has their masterpieces.
All right.
And essentially what happens in Onitama is you are a battle of wits that really grabs the experience of a martial arts.
Okay.
So what we're doing here is you can win it one of 2 ways. You can defeat your opponent's king, or you can move or not king, but their master, or you can move your master to their starting shrine.
Okay.
5 cards are dealt on the game, and those are the only cards that are usable by players.
Okay.
But the real thing here is you are given, if you win the game, you've been given the means of victory by your opponent. Because as you play cards, that card then switches out into the center card. And your opponent then can use it, or then will get it after using their next card.
So as I use a card here, and these are the moves that I'm allowed to do. So here, correct me if I'm doing this right. So I can take this piece here, using this card, move here, but then I have to give you this card for basically next turn, and I take this
correct.
one.
And then I would progress from there. I could move my master.
Got it.
And we
so,
just
so I have to
continue.
think ahead enough to know that if the card that's here will give you the win, I better not put it out there, right?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, gotcha.
And it's a fast paced style game with the Battle of Wits. We're looking at like 5 minutes to demo,
Right,
5
right.
minutes to really learn the basis of the game, but then it can take quite a while to master. So
Cool. When can we get our hands on this one?
Onitama just arrived this week. It's going through all warehousing and everything.
Okay.
We're looking at a street date in retail stores around this time next month.
Got it. So about a
it
month,
will be
it will
on
be out there.
shelves, Yes.
Okay. What's the MSRP on this one?
MSRP is $29.99.
Okay, cool. Anything else you want to tell us? This is a lot. Don't feel like you didn't
no.
show us enough.
No, we that's basically our next. That's up through Gen Con. What we're kind of looking at as far as game titles. We'll have previews of a few more titles that I'm not sure exactly what the names are going to be yet. So it's difficult for me to bring in. But.
Okay, excellent. Well, I appreciate you showing us
No,
everything.
thank you. I
Good
appreciate
talking
it.
to you. And thank you guys for tuning in. We'll see you.
Hey, great.
Cool, man. Good job.
It's hard to switch.
The games, you mean?
Yeah. When you're like,
And these are pretty easy to set up. Some people have like crazy setup.
oh yeah. I hope I didn't make too much of a fool of myself. On that.
We're gonna bring you over here. You're still live, so bring everything over. Where's Mr. Pope? Mr. Pope, come in here.
Where do you want me to sit? How about right next to me?
Okay. Yes.
That is a big privilege. Hey, hello. How you doing? Good, very good. So one of the things that people are asking, this is Ryan Pope from Arcane Wonders. What graphical changes have been made to Royals?
We redid all the characters. Let me just mention the original artwork is great. It's probably a little bit more appealing to the European market, with it going to be primarily or expanded into the U.S. market. We wanted a little bit different art style.
Okay.
And we hired Jason Engel. He's a great artist. He did a lot of our Mage Wars art. Actually did some of the best Mage Wars art that we have. And anyway, he did a new style. It's a little bit fresher, newer, modern. Possibly the what Americans might think of Europeans. It may not be historically accurate, but it looks more like the kings and the bishops that you might expect. You know. So, but yeah, beautiful game board, beautiful characters, and all new art on the cards and everything else.
Yeah, okay, we're getting lots of Dice Tower Central questions. Sheriff Nottingham expansion.
Okay, it's in the
Tell
progress
us.
right now. We actually already have like 5 modules that we're testing. All of them are working great. Our tough decision right now is which ones make it into the first expansion. We have enough material for 2 or 3 expansions right now, and we're trying to decide which one's better. One of them improves the actual betting engine in the game so that everyone's involved and there's side bets being placed between the merchants, and we're kind of excited about that. Others just improve the game. There's been a concern online about people telling the truth, having an advantage, and these modules specifically address that and bring the game back into a little bit better
No, I'm
balance.
excited. People want to know about your shirts. People just, we've started a lot of things about your shirts. Tell us about why you always buy these cool shirts. Is it just a Texas thing, or what's the deal?
No, it's not a Texas thing. You know, like men's shirts have been the same forever. You go to the store and you're like, hey, I'm going to buy a shirt. And you go in there and they're all just plain, flat colors. They're all exactly alike. Doesn't matter what brand you go buy or what store. So there's some unusual designer shirts that have come out recently, and more they're expanding because men have, you know, are thinking, hey, I want to wear something a little flashier, a little cooler than just a plain, you know, flat color. So I just love that stuff. And, you know,
Yeah, well, Jason jumped in. I was going to ask.
Jason's running this, okay?
I was going to ask.
We're going to make a game out of it.
We're going to segue back to the Dice Tower
Onitama is very
Essentials
close to
now.
release here in the U.S. How about UK European distribution?
It'll be right there, right behind it. It actually hit the shores a week ago, and so it's already in progress right now to getting to distribution. Retailers should be receiving it within the next 2 weeks, and Europe will be right behind that because it's going right out from there too at the same time.
The worldwide distribution that's occurring in a month from now should be worldwide on your shelves.
Okay.
Speaking of Dice Tower Essentials, let's kind of go around the horn. Favorite Dice Tower Essential?
Favorite?
Yes.
I'm a big fan of Speechless, honestly. I can play it with my wife, I can play it with my kids, and I'm prone to making a fool out of myself.
Royals, I like Royals a lot. It's a great intro game, and I can play it with friends that aren't really into Euro games and get them into Euro games because they can just jump right in.
Well, I have a limited palette. I haven't played all of them, but Onitama, I really am excited about Onitama. I'm playing that with my son. That's one that he's in chess club, and so that's one that he's definitely going to latch on to, and I can't wait to try that one out.
I agree with Eric here. Onitama, even though I love Sheriff, I mean, you guys have seen us live play Sheriff a lot, but Onitama is just a brilliant, brilliant abstract game, and I love it. When we first showed it to Brian, I remember we were at a steakhouse and we were playing, and Sam played the first game. Sam whooped me in that first game. Sam whooped me in that game, and we were playing it, and we're like, Brian, look at this game. You're gonna love it, and it's just phenomenal. It was a game that deserved to be printed more, and we're so happy that it's in the line.
And you want to just keep playing it after that first match. It takes 5 minutes, and you just want to play it again and again.
And again and again.
Win or lose, and just keep going.
Using only 5 cards each time mixes it up. It's just great.
Yeah, it's a new experience with each one of those card draws.
I'm going to be demoing it tonight.
Yes.
And the reason why I didn't say Owen Tom is my favorite is because I get too competitive, and I know I'm gonna be sitting here just trying to beat every retailer that comes up.
We've talked about
Yes,
this. You
I
gotta
know.
let the customer win.
What's the player count on Speechless?
Yes.
It is 3 to 8 players.
3 to 8 players. All right.
So Royals, the board, people are asking about it. Has the board been changed, or is it the same? Can we just show the back cover to the camera?
Sure. And while we're doing that, we want to hear about you jumping off a building yesterday.
Okay, sure.
Oh yes, did you do that at the Stratosphere?
We
after
did. We
all?
did the sky jump yesterday. It was a blast. I started off by suggesting our team doing it and thinking they'd say no, and they said yes. So then I got scared. Oh my God, what are we going to do now? So the hardest part is taking that step off that bridge. If you don't do it though, if you don't step into space, they will just lift you up with the cable and take you into space. Tony was brave enough to just walk into open space, so that was pretty cool.
Well, I actually watched we did little videos on it all that we'll be sharing, and but with that I walked out and I'm like, okay, yes, it's a little bit more scary now.
So okay, Dice Tower Essentials. Obviously, this is the year of Dice Tower Essentials. We've waited a while for the next one after Sheriff, and now there's at least 3. How many are scheduled to come out this year? And what is kind of the plan for the future?
Okay. Well, Tom keeps feeding us great games every month. So we play them, we analyze them, we try to choose good, great titles. We want to only produce great games, and if that's just 1 game a year or 2 games a year, then that's all we're going to make. So we carefully select one of them. We do some development work, if necessary, to make sure that they're just about perfect, they're play balanced, and then we'll produce them with the highest quality art. The next big title that's not represented here is Critical Mass. It is a giant robot fighting game.
The mech game. Oh, the mech game.
The mech game.
The mech game might be my favorite, even though you guys haven't seen it yet or even heard much about it. The mech game might be my favorite. That mech game is incredible.
It's kind of a rock, scissors, paper card game, to be honest. It's very simple, very easy to play. You can play in about 10 minutes. So we're both fighting each other. We both have a giant mech that we've picked in advance. Your mech might be better balanced for like defense. Mine might be better balanced for like missile strikes or something. We choose cards and play them, and then we compare them. And the faster attack might happen first, and then I might play a laser beam on you, and you play a reflection shield that sends it back to me. There's lots of this trying to outguess your opponent, but it's fast, it's quick, and every game's different. So we're pretty excited about it.
Real quick, because we have to move on, I'd love to keep you guys longer,
sure.
but Paladin versus Siren, Mage Wars, any news?
Yes, it's in development. It's been in development forever, so our fans are probably a little upset with us, but our goal is to not release anything unless it's really, really good. So we've been trying to get that game tweaked just about perfect. It's working well. We have way too many spells. We're going to cut back. We're going to have to publish it with more content than we've ever had before. So it's going to be the same price point, but a much better value, because we're going to just make sure that there's tons of stuff in there. But let me just say, players are going to love it. We have some of the coolest mechanics going on right now, and it will be very refreshing for the game and bring a lot of cool new things into the game.
Last but not least, Tony, what was the clue you were giving during your Speechless demo? Everyone wants to know. Was it a cowboy? Was it drowning?
Whip.
That was Whip.
It was Whip. Okay.
I got whipped right away. I was like,
The
whip.
first one, this is the hard one. This was Rain.
That was rain. That was easy too.
That was easy.
Tony and Brian, thank you very much. Have a great show.
You're welcome. Thank
Yes.
you.
We'll see you around.
Thanks for having us.
Especially thank you. I mean, we're so happy to have Dice Tower Essentials, and we're glad stuff is coming out. And Dice Tower Essentials, it's been phenomenal working with you on all of this. So we're
Thank you.
just
Well, we
very,
appreciate
very
the
happy.
partnership. It's been
bet.
great.
Have a good show.
All right.
Hey,
Thank
you
you.
too. Thanks.
Now we're going to move on to indie boards and cards.
Yes. And then we will talk with them as well after, but let's bring it over to indie boards and cards.
Yeah, his range is incredible. It's awesome. Great choices. I'm glad.
Cool. All right. Let's get a cameraman. So yeah, we're going to turn that over to camera on, like I said, just for audio redundancy.
Got it on?
Nope.
Are we broadcasting live, or is this taped?
It's also live on that camera, where you don't have to worry about it. But it's like a behind the scenes sort of look. But we're in this one, okay?
Okay, set?
Yeah, no problem. Go ahead and start rolling. I'm also going to clap just for audio sync purposes, okay? And then we'll kick it off. Got my mic, I am good, and you've got yours, and we're lit. Sounds good. Here we go. Yeah? Cool. Here we go. Hey everybody, welcome back to our GAMA Trade Show 2016 coverage. I'm Zeke Garcia. I am here with Travis from Indie Boards and Cards. How you doing, Travis?
Great, thanks for having me today.
Absolutely, good to have you. And you are going to be giving us a look ahead at the year for Indie Boards and Cards.
Yeah, absolutely. I wish I had a product here, but
some show and tell, a little prop action.
But
that's all right.
I want to make this like the first announcement of a couple new titles we're coming out with today, this year, and
sounds good.
Kind of our release schedule.
Let's hear it. I'm excited.
Yeah. So the first game, it's a game on Kickstarter right now called Grifters. It's a hand building game. Which means that you have a hand of cards, and you play those cards either one card at a time to take the card's action, or multiple cards to complete a job that requires different skills that are on that. And then those cards go into a cooldown period. So you get your cards back after 3 turns. So it's called, are calling it hand building, which is deck building without the deck, and you have all your cards, and it allows you to have the strategy of determining when you play your cards, how best to combo your cards, the order to play them in, and how to pair them up to complete the jobs that give you extra end game bonuses.
Gotcha. And then you have to worry about also when you're going to get that back, if you have to get that cooldown period, right?
And you acquire new cards throughout the game, so it's a really fun game. We played it last year at Gen Con. It was kind of a smaller game company. The designers were self-publishing it, putting it through Kickstarter, and we work with them to kind of take the game over.
Here, I got it. Where did that go? There you go.
To take the game over, and we'll put this up here. It's our budget cue cards. Take that game over and release it. The artwork is fantastic. It's set in the dystopian universe. But all the artwork is done more in a line drawing style, and the cards are color coded, so the artwork is also color coded too. It's a fun game. It looks great. We're super excited about that. It's kind of our first release out of the gate this year.
How many players is it for?
2 to 4 players. 30 to 45 minutes or so. First game with 4 players, probably gonna take an hour with rules explanation. You can play 2-player games in like 15 minutes once you kind of get everything going. So
and it's on Kickstarter right now?
It's on Kickstarter right now, about another week until that project's over.
Gotcha. So if you're watching live, then you can go check that out. Good. What else have we got?
The next one is a game that we're calling Don't Mess with Cthulhu. So it's a light-hearted take on the Cthulhu mythos. And this is a rebrand, re-theme of the Japanese game that came out last year called Time Bomb.
Yes, Time Bomb. It's like it's really a game with just a few cards, sort of like a social deduction sort of game.
Yep.
Yes, I got to play that and I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's a super fun game. It's sold out in Essen, I think 400 copies, sold out, pre-orders. Really good feedback. I had a number of designers and friends that said, this is a game that fits exactly into what Indie Boards and Cards is famous for. So we're super excited about releasing that. We're making it a approachable theme. The artwork, I think Tom may have tweeted out a picture he took of a presentation we just did. The artwork is light, friendly version of the Cthulhu mythos. I think it's a game that anyone can play. It's super simple, but there's a whole level of mind games playing within it, and that's really how the game plays out. So we're super excited about that's our first kind of Japanese release game. And it fits well into that kind of minimalistic, but a lot of fun type of game.
Sounds great, excellent.
So we're, that one, again, all these games we're looking at Gen Con release dates, and we'll price, all of them will be available on Kickstarter at some point with special versions. And that one, for Don't Mess with Cthulhu, we've got a lot of really neat promos that we've got ideas that we're going to bake into the Kickstarter kind of version of it.
I see. So again, you're spreading out the Kickstarters over the year. Not sure quite when this is going to be on Kickstarter yet.
It'll probably be in a couple weeks, like 2-3 weeks.
Just staggering them
we're
every
stagger
few weeks
them,
or
all
so.
of them. Kind of all the artwork's done for most of these. We're getting them, ready, and have them. have them at Gen Con and to backers and that kind of that period.
Okay, sounds good. What else have we got?
So we got another game that we picked up at Essen called Baby Blues.
Okay.
This is a kind of fun take that type of game. You're managing a daycare. You've got 5 babies to take care of. You want to keep your babies happy, and you're trying to submarine the other babies, the other players. So you give them dirty diapers, take away the pacifiers. And each of the babies has a secret point value. When someone has all their babies crying, the game's over, and whoever has the most points and babies left wins.
So quick game.
Quick, light, trash talking, game. This is a game at Essen where everyone's like, "What is that?" And then you go and play, and everyone has great fun, and people play the game, they buy the game, and it's a fun game. It's not strategy. It's
right. To take that game through
it is
and
a
through.
take
All
that
right.
Fun game that you can play with anyone.
So also will be coming to Kickstarter.
Yep, that one will do a Kickstarter. We've made a few graphics changes from the version that's came out in Europe. We expanded to up to 5 players instead of 2 to 4 players. So
Okay.
3 to 5, we're calling it. You can play it with 2, but really you wouldn't want to.
Okay.
I don't think.
Okay.
I don't think.
Yeah,
It's not
yeah,
a 2-player game. It's a take that trash talking game, which it doesn't work with 2 players.
Gotcha. Also, hopefully at Gen Con.
Yep. Hopefully at Gen Con.
All right. What else have we got?
A couple more that are kind of more expansion related. Coup with the Brazilian art. We're going to do a limited edition of that. So that will be something that probably doesn't go into distribution, at least not for a while. We've gotten a number of comments on the Brazilian art. It's fantastic art. So we're going to come out with the English language version of that. So it'll have the art. It'll also have the English language text.
Sure.
We're not using icons because people like to read.
So you are not reprinting the Brazilian one. You are just utilizing that artwork, but then doing your own text, like you said, your own boxing, that sort of thing.
Yep,
Okay.
yep. So it'll be a slightly bigger box than the Brazilian one. It'll be a resistance size box, just so it kind of fits on the shelf with the other games.
Right. Actually, it's like a one print sort of.
Yeah, that's probably what we'll do.
Okay.
It'll be a limited release. I mean, if the demand is tremendous, then maybe we'll look at doing it again. But I think realistically, it's kind of a one print run type of deal.
All right.
And then we've got 2 more expansions. We've got G54 Anarchy, which is the expansion for the Coup Rebellion G54. Again, Ricky did this as a limited release last year at Essen, so we'll be coming out with that. Bringing everything into the dystopian universe, and an expansion set for G54. So 6 more roles and a couple extra cards as well. So we're excited about that. And then most people probably know by now Resistance. We did a little change last year. We changed, took out the plot cards that were in there. They were just, Resistance was getting to be kind of a mainstream game. And the plot cards were just a little complicated for a mainstream audience, so we put the Inquisitor into the Resistance box. It's a lot easier. Same type of, balancing mechanics that the plot cards have. So we're going to put the plot thickens cards and a few other mechanics into a standalone expansion. We'll also probably include some extra cards in there because we get a fair number of people that have damaged one of their cards so we'll put some cards in there as well to replace damaged cards as well, so people can get the plot cards and get some other things that we're going to include in there and some replacement type cards.
So a combination of the plot thickens cards and then some new content as well with that. Or are you just repackaging older little expansions?
It'll probably include some of the promos we did in past Kickstarters.
Okay. But there is some new content in there as well?
There is some new content, but for people that have kind of kept up with all the Kickstarter editions, there won't be any new gameplay content there. So, we don't want people to have to buy something where they already have a fair amount of the content.
Right. Okay.
So if you support it or played Resistance from the early days, you'll have the plot thickens cards, you'll have the promos from a previous Kickstarter, and this will allow people to catch up. Maybe didn't get into Resistance until the last year, and they still want the plot thickens cards.
Gotcha.
So those are our 6 2016 titles. We're
a lot of titles.
It's a fair amount of titles. We're trying to get them all ready for Gen Con release, and of course we'll bring them to Essen as well. With the promos.
Okay.
So Gen Con, Kickstarter, and Essen will have all the promo materials available.
Sounds like a busy Gen Con then.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope so.
Great talking to you,
Yeah.
Travis.
Thanks all.
All right, no problem. And thank you everybody for tuning in. We'll see you.
Cool.
Excellent. Thanks.
Thank you.
Let me get that mic off of you before you
Before I walk off.
go over
We'll continue
there.
our chat over here
Yep.
with the audience.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure you'll be getting some
Oh,
we're
yeah.
streaming live so people like to ask questions. Don't worry, I don't spoke really too much.
Not too much. Okay, so
Pardon us, Suzanne.
You're going to join us for this one?
I'm out. Oh my goodness, sorry. Son of a nutcracker.
Am I sitting over here?
That
Yeah,
just
sit right
snuck right up on me. We're doing rather dashy?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so questions are coming in. Before we do, so Tom told me you heard about our Resistance game that we live played the other day with Rado. You haven't watched it yet, though. When are you going to watch it?
I don't know. You have to pay for internet here in the hotel, and I'm cheap, so I gotta see. Maybe when we get back from the show, I actually got to do a lot of work here. So getting all these games ready in time. There's a lot of print files that going back and forth with the printers right now. So I had to get that done. But I'll watch it because I heard it was an epic plea for victory that was successful, but maybe marred your future Resistance play style for the rest.
Tom will never trust me again. But yeah, next time I see you, which will be I think in April at the Gathering, you'll have watched it by then and we can chit chat. Oh, it did.
A few people asking about Rorosaurus and how well that's done for you.
Man, I love that game. I think it's a lot of fun.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but Travis, my kids love Rorosaurus so much. So thank you for making that.
Thank you, Suzanne. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I don't know that I'm the best publisher for family games. And it's something that I kind of am learning as I go along, doing this for 5-6 years. I love the game Rorosaurus. I think people play it, have a lot of fun. From a sales perspective, it's slow, very slow. So if you love Rorosaurus, let your friends know about it. Because, we'd love to make more games like that.
For those who haven't seen the art, everyone's been asking about the coup, the Brazilian art. I mean, I've seen it. I think it's gorgeous. Just explain a little bit about it, like who the designer was and everything of it, so they understand.
Man, now you're putting me on the spot.
Looks like someone's actually posted a link to an image on Board Game.
Okay, good. I don't know that I could even pronounce the illustrator's name. But yeah, it's the same art as the artist that did the Bloody End this year. So he's got a very interesting style. It's just really beautiful art. Louis Francisco, who is the graphic designer on a number of our projects, is a principal in the Brazilian company that released that version. So we've had an agreement in place for a while to do this. It just didn't fit into our schedule last year. So we'll do it this year. We'll do a Kickstarter of that. The Kickstarter will include a few promos. But the intent right now, and it'll include the Reformation expansion as well, all kind of in a deluxe edition. The intent right now is not to put that out into distribution. And we'll probably keep it that way for at least a year or so and kind of test that out as just a small market release. But
are you planning to expand people are asking about more social deduction games and expanding
The dystopian universe.
Yeah, so you have two questions there. So one, social deduction, Don't Mess with Cthulhu, is absolutely a social deduction game. It is, I would say it's probably the game we have right now with the simplest rule set within social deduction. So, Resistance is probably, our most complicated social deduction game. It's not complicated, and then Coup is a little bit simpler, and then Don't Mess with Cthulhu from a rules perspective is really simple, but again, it's kind of all that mind game, that you really love, particularly in Resistance and the bluffing aspect of Coup. So we're super excited about that.
Dystopian universe.
And then that's Cthulhu Mythos with a very light taste. Dystopian universe, Grifters is there, and then the obviously Resistance and the G54 expansions. We'll continue to release games there. I can't really speak about things too far in the future. We don't have anything else lined up right now, but we'll continue to look for it. There's RPG in development that Evil Hat Games has announced and still are working on, and we'd love to do. I had a contract on books there that didn't quite work out, but something we're kind of looking at is just expanding that universe. The RPG, the story elements of the RPG are fantastic.
Let's kind of flip topics a little bit because I saw something come through.
One more. I think we have to move on.
Me and Tom's favorite games, Flashpoint. Do you have any new maps, new stuff coming out for it?
We don't have anything on this current schedule. I'm still looking at it. We've got, I think, at least 7. My math might be wrong. At least 7 expansions out there already, and we're, to be honest, we're a little bit at the saturation point as far as expansions. I know that there's an audience there for more, so we are looking for more, but there's nothing really on the calendar right now.
Well, I saw someone ask along the way about. Right now, the way the boxes are, you're kind of the 2 boxes. You have to stuff everything in. Have you thought about making a
deluxe
big box where you put everything into it?
I don't. Flashpoint is a consistent selling game for us, but I don't think that we would hit the numbers we would need to do something like that. I don't know. We'll see. We've got some exciting things in store for Flashpoint this year, and I think you'll see more about it. And maybe that'll take the game over the edge, but I don't currently have any plans to do a big box edition.
Travis, I think we have to end there. Thank you very much for spending some time with us.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure having you.
And it's time to move on to Rather Dashing.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you, guys.
All right, so this is live. We're streaming all the time anyway. Just so you know, I'm that camera over there, but don't even worry about it. It's more like a behind-the-scenes thing. We're over here. Like I said, you got the overhead if you do want to show anything off.
I just want to make sure I go to where I'm perfect.
Yeah. Somewhere in there will be good.
Okay.
Yeah, we are ready, and we are mic'd, and we're good to go. Cool. I'm just going to go ahead and clap for audio sync issues, okay?
Yep.
Hey everybody, welcome back to our GAMA Trade Show 2016 coverage. I'm Zeke Garcia. I'm here with Michael from Rather Dashing Games. How you doing, Michael?
Well, how are you today?
I am good. Good to have you.
Thank you.
We are going to be taking a look at the year ahead, so why don't you launch right into it then?
Okay, well, it has been a crazy year, and especially the last 6 months for Rather Dashing Games. My business partner and I, Grant Wilson, have been a design studio for 5 years now, and we've published some very cool games. And we were recently acquired by a very large company called Combach Publishing. They do some amazing stuff. They do Discover Magazine, they do Astronomy Magazine, they do a lot of stuff in model and hobby railroading.
Wow, okay.
So they've been wanting to do a game division for some time now. And we got together, and it was a perfect cultural fit.
Okay.
And it really has put the rocket fuel that we've needed to start doing some amazing, amazing things that we were just dreaming of before.
Gotcha. So, quick question for you then: is the focus of the game type you guys have been making going to shift a little bit?
I don't know that it's going to shift, more that it's going to be expanded upon.
Okay.
Rather Dashing has always specialized in games that
5 to 10 minutes to learn, less than an hour to play.
Right.
Approachable by both, your family gamer, but also your hardcore gamer.
Right, and colorful kind of
Colorful,
games.
yeah,
You know,
very
yeah,
vibrant.
Right.
A lot of lore behind them to spark the imagination.
Right.
So we have ideas and titles that we've been wanting to work on for a while, but just from a production standpoint, we were, as a two-man team, incapable of doing such.
Right.
But now as a 202-man team, there's some serious motivation now.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. So, so you're keeping your focus. You're just speeding up that production line, if you would. You guys will be putting out more content. You'll be taking a look at more games a year, that sort of thing.
Oh,
is the idea.
absolutely. Grant and I were able to produce, a title a year.
Right.
Now we're going to be producing a title a quarter, as well as all the expansions any of our products will need, and that's just the beginning.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. Sounds good. Anything else you want to talk as far as that acquisition is concerned? You want to show off a game?
I'll show off what we're working on
Let's do
right
it.
now.
Excellent.
Have this. This is called We Come in Peace.
We Come in Peace.
Which is actually anything but.
Okay. It's one of those titles, huh?
Yes, it's one of those titles. This is a mock-up of the box. It's in production right now. We're
Okay.
waiting on final samples and all that kind of stuff.
Okay.
It is a strategic push your luck dice game for 2 to 6 players.
Okay.
So.
About how long does the game play?
About 15 minutes.
So a quick game, quick filler game.
Yes.
With some dice chucking in there.
And with a lot of player interaction, a lot of rage flips, and I can't believe you just did that to me.
Gotcha.
A lot of that kind. It's got it's great art by Grant Wilson. That he does all the art for our games.
Okay, cool.
It's a lot of fun, and it's been a great way to test the waters and build a very good working relationship with our new partner, Combach.
Gotcha. So when can we expect to see this?
We are going for a street date of Gen Con.
Okay, so Gen Con, got it. So are you guys, is that when you're expecting your new sort of release schedules to really start kicking in?
Yeah, we're going to start at Gen Con, and you can probably expect stuff every couple months right after that. 2017 is going to see some amazing projects, larger than we've ever been able to do.
Okay.
And stuff that we've been working on for years, but now we can finally make those dreams a reality.
I see. Gotcha. Cool. So it looks obviously like it's obviously a mock-up, as you said. Is there any dexterity element to it? Is it just like a set collection with the dice rolling and attacking each other?
It is. Every person has a planet.
Okay.
And that planet has a core and cities on it. And we are attacking each other's cities with flying saucers. We are launching missiles at each other's cities. We're trying to rebuild our cities faster than they're being blown up.
Okay.
So, but it tends to be a very low-scoring game. By the end of round 3, it's a 3-round game. By the end of round 3, we played last night, and the top score was 8, and the top score could potentially be 100 when you start the game. So
Gotcha.
you nuke each other.
So you're dropping that number basically.
very
Gotcha.
fast.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, I see. Cool. What's exciting news about your merger, your acquisition? Is that what are you guys calling it? An acquisition?
An
a merger?
acquisition, yes.
Acquisition.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Very nice. Good talking to you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate you having coming on and speaking with us. And thanks everybody for joining us. We'll see you. Cool, man.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, you got it. Let's take that mic off of you before you walk away.
I wanted a free mic. I thought that was my parting gift.
No. Well, there will be one in your gift bag. But we ran out of gift bags. Right. They're on the way.
We're gonna have a live TV chat with our live office.
Okay.
See how far you're in. So what order?
Okay, we're bringing Rather Dashing over.
Is he dashing?
Rather
Is he
Dashing.
dashing over here right now?
Dashing away.
Have a seat.
Thanks.
Oh, it's not. So how have you been enjoying the Vegas weather so far?
Dry. It's a dry
Yeah,
heat.
it is.
Yeah.
So.
We're feeling like lizards. Like my lips are so out of it.
They're asking about the flying saucers in We Come in Peace.
Sure.
Are they miniatures? How are they constructed?
We're using 19 millimeter dice,
Okay.
and the dice have the icons in different colors and different quantities of those flying saucers on it. So it's the players who, if we were playing, you're the player to my right, you attack me with the dice, with the attack dice, with all the flying saucers, then I have to defend with the defense dice.
Okay.
So I've been thinking about this, and are you guys Dolph Lundgren fans by any chance?
Am I ashamed to say maybe, back in the day?
Because you know what everyone's going to say based on the title of your new game, don't you?
We come in peace because it was the movie.
You go in pieces.
Oh no.
That's the first thing that popped in my head after seeing the title of the game.
Right.
Sam,
what's going on? But I'd like to introduce Tim Kidwell.
Hi.
He's I suppose with Rather Dashing, but he's also with Kalmbach, and he's a veteran in the game industry and a very valuable resource for us.
So yeah, I mean, do you want to talk more about the motivations behind the merger, the teaming up? How is this going to change the way you work as a studio?
Oh well.
I can kind of touch on that. What we're really looking to have happen here is give Grant and Mike the ability to just concentrate on creating great games.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got a ton of really good ideas that they're sitting on, and what we need to do is just give them the ability to develop those. And what Kalmbach does is bring that infrastructure to them and allow them to do the work that they're great at, and then we can help them produce it.
Oh, here's an interesting question about it. Are you going to be based out of Milwaukee area now, or are you they're asking about with the acquisition, are you based out of the Milwaukee area now?
Well, Grant and I still reside in Kentucky. We're just south of Lexington, Kentucky. We make regular trips up to the Waukesha area to consult and have meetings and design and do all the fun stuff.
So one of the very important things about this is making sure that we kept Rather Dashing intact. All right, so it's Rather Dashing Games. Grant and Mike, they are the face of Rather Dashing Games. They're the designers. Everything comes out of their heads for these games. So they're the important people on it. And we wanted to make sure that the branding stayed and everything is consistent. So they are Rather Dashing Games. We're just giving them the support.
And it's a lot of support. When we first went up to look at this, their company, to look at their offices and stuff, it came to the point where we said, look, you guys have everything you need to be an amazing force in the game industry, except games. They had everything else, levels of infrastructure that most game companies only dream about.
Well, it sounds like a terrific partnership, and we wish you the best. Thank you, gentlemen, for stopping by.
Yes.
Thank you.
And have a great show.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Are we in the shot?
It looks like
now it's time to travel once again to the front of the room.
And we have Mr. Eric Lang, one of our favorite people, designers, everything. Mr. Awesome. In fact, I've now given him that nickname, Mr. Awesome. This is Eric Lang, and we're so excited to have him, and because he is like Mr. Cool Mini as well. All of his games from the Others and Arcadia Quest and Blood Rage.
Hey guys, it's the tablecloth. The tablecloth got wonks. Can we straighten it?
Which way?
The tablecloth.
go?
Yeah,
Every which
Eric,
way.
can you help me migrate?
Yes.
I can't see.
All right. And then just put that in a pocket or something.
Is it even now?
All right, cool.
That's fine.
So I'm just gonna do an intro.
Testing. So you just ask me questions and I'll you gonna drive the train, I'll just ride along?
You won't
Prop
be driving the
adjustment,
train,
prop
really.
adjustment.
You'll be like, hey, what
Is
do you
that
got coming up for
What do you
us?
got?
And,
Nothing.
and you'll talk us through it. I might ask you things like how long is the game, how many players, when can we expect to see it, stuff like that.
Why am I gonna like this? Tell me why I'm gonna give
It's like a job interview,
this
basically.
stupid game.
That's basically it.
Is this-
Why am I choosing you over every other candidate for this position?
Is this yet another game about decisions and
What is this strategy you speak of? I am sick of strategery.
Let me guess, another game with multiple paths to victory.
Oh, here we go.
And oh my god, player powers.
I just want one die that I can chuck at you. So, we are live, just so you know.
Hello.
But we're going to ignore that largely, and we'll be doing it in here.
Okay.
Like-
We'll be
like-
doing it in here?
Yeah, we'll be doing it into this camera. Like I say, you can show stuff
Family
off
friendly.
right here. Family friendly. I know you, Eric. Bring it down.
Down.
This is the notch to which we are down.
Yeah, we are ready to go. My mic here.
Testing.
Testing.
Twice.
Yeah,
3
testing,
times.
1, 2. Yeah, we're good. I think the reach you're getting on that screen is the built-in mic anyway.
Ooh, hand
There's
models.
2 lines. There's a line 1, line 2.
Yeah?
Dude, we're doing that. We're doing the hand model.
Ready?
Yeah, we're ready. All right, cool. Eric Lang, cool menu now. I'm gonna clap for an audio sync. So here we go. Hey everybody, welcome back to our GAMA Trade Show 2016 coverage. I'm Zeke Garcia. I am here with Mr. Eric Lang, who is here to talk to us, representing Cool Mini or not, I guess is the way to say that.
I am representing. That's what I do.
That's what you do. And he's going to be showing us some upcoming games, some upcoming goodies.
Goodies. Goodies, comma, if you will.
If you will. Let's dig right into it.
I
man.
love digging it.
Yeah, let's
so
do it.
these are, of course, I'm only going to talk about the games that I'm doing with Cool Mini or not. They
Of
will,
course.
of course, come out later and talk about other games that other fine people are doing.
Okay, sounds good. There you have it.
So that's a game.
I can't do that. I should try.
This is The Godfather. If you guys follow me on social media or whatever, I talk about games forever, but I don't. Don't follow me on Twitter. It's terrible. I've been talking about this game for like the last 9 months. I'm only allowed to talk about my games in code names, of course, because secrets and all that stuff.
Right.
This was Project Suitcase I've been talking about for a while. I found out about this game about almost a full year ago. They were like, hey, we got this Godfather game. We want it to come out next year. And I don't remember anything else they said after that.
Right, gotcha.
This is mine. This is mine. So this is a big box game. It is a big box. It is...
let's put it over here so the camera can do a nice close-up of that. There you go.
With artwork by Karl Kapinski, who rocks my socks.
Okay, cool.
It's going to be a big box, dudes on a map, thugs on a map, board game. 3 to 5 players, 60 to 90 minutes.
Okay.
My sweet spot. The tagline I use for gamers is it's like worker placement with murder and intrigue. Because murder,
right?
So players are the game is based off of the first movie. From Don Corleone's life, from the beginning to, spoiler alert, played over 5 acts, and you guys are playing the other 5 families that are, you're running your own mafia empire while paying tribute to the Don. And at the end of, spoiler alert, whoever has the most money wins. Everything's about money in the game. And I wanted to make a game that really puts you in the head of a mafia boss.
Okay.
So you have thugs, you have a Don, you also get access to your wife or your commando and your heirs and all that cool stuff. And you're going to be using your thugs to shake down businesses on the board to get stuff, placing them on the board to get a thing. But at the same time, you're also going to be engaging in a turf war. So after you guys have placed your stuff, you'll be controlling territories with your Dons and your thugs and putting down control markers on turf, and whoever has, which will encourage people later on, will have to share their shakedowns with you.
Gotcha.
And you get bonuses for all that stuff. Now, all the stuff that you get, the money cards, the racket cards, the contracts, and some of the bribes that you get for favors from like the police chief and the union boss, all that cool stuff, that you've got to hold all that in your hand. You get to bundle your victory points while you're playing, and at the end of the game, money is all that matters. But, of course, there's a very strict hand limit, and there's every turn, because at the end of each act, you guys have to pay tribute to the Don, so you have a maximum number of cards you can hold. So you got to choose between whether you're going to hold your money, whether you're going to hold your contracts for later on, whether you're going to hold on to your powers. You got to balance all that stuff out. And, of course, the contracts and the powers themselves gives you these cool powers, like everything you expect in a Mafia game, right? You'll be doing drive-by shootings and, taking other people, taking them and removing them from the board and putting them face down in the river, because that's what you do. Right? That's pretty much my favorite thing. But don't worry, you don't lose your guys forever. You can pay cards later to fish them out of the river. And
Good as new.
Right, good as new. Good as new. Because remember, at the end of the day, it's money. right? You're gonna have to make all these hard choices about all these precious guys you have, about your precious businesses and your rackets, but it's all about what you get paid.
All right. Do we have a release date on this yet?
Q3-ish.
Okay, got it. Is there anything in the box we can actually show? Or are we just looking at an empty box for all intents and purposes?
We are looking at an empty box. Caveat, warning, all this stuff. This is my prototype that I built with my InDesign at home. This
Let's see. Here you
this
go.
does not represent.
Take that lid
views.
off. Help me out here. All right.
Oh, look at that. This does not. Well, we have Blood Rage figures. We're using Blood Rage figures as proxies for the thugs.
Because, you know.
Why not, right?
Axes and killing.
This is so you get a little glimpse into like the kind of prototypes that I make. So here's a look at the board. Now remember, I'm not a graphic designer.
Yeah, it's just some things that give people a little bit of an idea of what this might look like.
Right.
So there you have it now.
In general, right?
While they're taking a look at this, let me ask you a question.
There's the river. Oh,
on you've done a lot of games that we would consider American-style games. You've done a lot of games that would be considered Euro-style games. On the scale,
Euro trash.
Euro trash.
Yeah.
That's a new one.
It is like
somewhere in the middle.
It is. It's the type of game I like, right? So it's disciplined. It's really streamlined. There's not a lot of crazy overhead. There's not a lot of bookkeeping, and it's disciplined. And it has some. It has a lot of Euro mechanics that I like in it, right? It has worker placement, thug placement. And it's got a couple neat little twists to that, but there's violence in it, right? I mean, you are going to be gunning each other down, but the consequences for that are not going to be huge. You're not going to be knocking somebody out of the game forever because you knock, right? Basically, I'm going to attack you straight in the wallet. That's the way I think of it.
Okay, that's a good way to put it, I think. Sounds good. All right, let's take a look at what else we've got going on. I think we've got a few games we need to take a look at here, don't we?
It's true facts.
Let's do it.
Godfather.
Third quarter of the year.
Offer you can't refuse. You had to do that.
You got to do it.
All right. This is a Bloodborne. Bloodborne is. Can you see it?
Yep,
there
we
it
got
is.
it.
Bloodborne is indeed a licensed game. It is licensed off of the super easy video game by the same studio who did Dark Souls and Demon Souls. No problem.
Yeah, those are easy to get through, yeah.
Walk in the park. This is a game, for those of you who don't know Bloodborne, it's a game where you turn it on, you die. That's the way I describe it. I'm really bad at it, but I love it. Grim, dark, all that stuff. So this is a card game. It's a 3 to 5 player card game that is distills all the frustration and the angst and the constant death of the video game into a contest between 3 to 5 players competitively. So
it's like a legacy game. Basically, I'm going to be ripping up the cards.
Well, I hope not.
If it's as hard as the video game.
It is, yeah, it's true. So this is competitive. So this is based off of the Chalice dungeon runs that are in the game. So it is a dungeon crawl card game essentially, but where you guys got to push your luck and you're going to be fighting monsters as quote unquote as a team, but there's only one winner.
Got it.
And you're going to be everybody starts with a hand of the basic weapon cards that you get in the video game, and you'll be improving it as you go. You'll be going shopping as you run away, or as when you die, you'll be getting new cards to permanently increase your hand, getting cool combos and stuff. But the core of the game is monsters come up. They have blood on them, and you guys are going to be simultaneously attacking them to take their blood, and that's your victory points.
Okay.
The monsters are going to deal damage to everybody as they, and if you die, you lose all the blood that you had.
Okay.
But you can always opt out of a combat if you. Before the monster deals their damage, you can try to opt out and bank your blood so it stays permanently.
So would you call it a push your luck game or not quite?
It is. Yeah, definitely got push your luck
push
in
your
it.
luck.
I mean, those of you who play Bloodborne, that's one of the essential ingredients of it, right?
Gotcha.
You want to stay as long as you can, but if you die, you lose a whole bunch of progress.
Got it. Now you also said it was you put in air quotes cooperating. Would you call this a semi-cooperative game?
Not really.
Not really.
It has some groupthink going on, right? So I mean, it is competitive. It is competitive at its core, and I'm going to show you my crappy prototype cards. The real graphic designer did way better jobs. Right?
This is worse than the last one.
Right?
Yeah.
I know. Right. Look. So here's everybody has a little player board that they collect trophies. This is a strategic part of the game. The more monsters of a particular type you kill, the more bonuses that you get at the end.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
Here's an example of some non-basic, basic cards that everybody starts with, right? You get the Sock Lever, the Hunter Pistol, and this is how much damage they do, and they give you an ability, and during every turn, you're going to be all simultaneously playing a card.
Right.
Now, the thing is, because the player order matters, so after you reveal your card, you guys are going to execute them in player order.
Okay.
And as you do damage to the monster, you take their blood, and if there's none left when it's your turn, too bad. So you are going to be doing a little bit of coordination, like, all right, can we kill this? If you kill the monster, everybody gets a trophy. Everybody who did damage to it gets a trophy. If you don't, it runs away, and nobody gets it.
Got it.
Right. So there's a lot of that. There's a lot of that psychological stuff going on.
All right, cool. About how long is the game play itself?
About 30 minutes.
Okay.
30 minutes. 30 minutes of pure pain.
Got it. And anger and just frustration.
Sorry, I got to mention one thing.
Yeah,
Of course, the
do
game
it.
has every monster does damage to you. They have these little dice. Every monster could deal 0 damage to you. You're all fine.
So this is the monster hitting us back.
Monster hits you.
Okay.
Monster hits everybody back every round.
Got it.
And every dice explodes. I love exploding dice. So there's a possibility of no matter what monster it is, they could do nothing to you, or they could do infinite damage to you.
Right, because if you roll that face, you keep rolling.
Exactly, and you can you can do your risk management calculations based on the dice and all that cool stuff. And you collect little blood squirrels. Those are my prototype. The real game's gonna have really cool marbleized blood tokens.
Gotcha. When can we expect to see this in stores?
I don't know.
Okay, this year at some point.
This year-ish, yes.
Okay, sounds good.
This
There
year.
you go, Bloodborne.
Another game I haven't been able to talk about for a long time. This was what I call Project Dream. Get it? Hunter's Dream. But
smooth. What else you got for us?
We have so this is stuff that we already talked about last year. This is Arcadia Quest Inferno.
Okay.
It is coming out Q3 this year. We did the Kickstarter last year. It was big and awesome, and all the stuff we want from Arcadia. It is this is Arcadia plus, right? It is Arcadia, but in hell, and it's still cute though, super cute. I mean, the Underlord, the big bad boss. I use my wife as a litmus test for this when I show her all the art. I'm like, and this is the big bad guy. She's like, cute.
Got it. That'll do it, right?
So it's the Arcadia you all know and love, campaign-based play. The campaign is structured a little differently in this one. The way that you guys branch, there's cool, powerful angels that you can rescue or not. You're going to have to choose which ones that you end up rescuing and which ones you don't.
Okay.
The ones you don't are going to end up working against you later on.
Gotcha.
The ones that you do are going to be permanent additions to the player that rescued them. So they actually get to upgrade their characters midway through the campaign, which is pretty cool.
Okay, gotcha.
It features a mechanic called Damnation. Damnation. You've got to say it like that.
You have to, right?
Which is a cool little bit of a risk management thing in here. That we have powerful weapons in here that give you damnation, and if damnation is just a risk against stuff that could come out later in the game. We have brimstone cards, which is an analog to tombstone cards that we had from Beyond the Grave. Okay. And some of them they'll do horrible things to people that have too much
damnation.
Yes. And right. So the thing is that in some players have weapons that do a lot of damage, extra damage if you have damnation, monsters that can hurt players with it, etc.
So something that basically tracks and then might penalize you for it later.
Right, you get little damnation tokens. And
Gotcha.
the key to this, the thing I really love about it that makes it so dramatic is you don't know exactly how much you're going to be punished for it.
I see.
Right, and it usually tracks the person with the most damnation. So that's coming out soon. Super excited about this.
A quick question about this.
Yes.
Is this standalone, expansion?
Standalone.
Okay.
It is a standalone campaign. It is. Everything is compatible, but the campaigns for like the heroes and stuff are compatible. You can throw them in.
You can just get this, but if you have the older Arcadia stuff, you can mix them.
You can use heroes from the old Arcadia. Like you just expand your hero pool and all that cool stuff. The campaign for this is unique. Start from beginning to end. And of course you can play it individually, etc. There are 2 expansions that came for this we unlocked with the Kickstarter that I was super excited about, which were Arcadia Pets, which give everybody.
How can you possibly make something cuter? I mean, I don't
Right?
understand.
Right. So, it all came from I was like, I want more pandas. Right, and so there's an adorable little panda you can get. We spent so much time on deciding which pets everybody would get, and I was the biggest pain in the to the team. It was like, nope, we got to make sure we got all the right pets for all the right people. So we have a little dog, a little cat, a unicorn, a dragon, a monkey that flings poo. It's everything you expect. So Pets is a standalone expansion.
Okay.
It plugs into everything else you play. It just adds pets to the game.
Okay.
And it even has a cool little, it has a little mini campaign. You go through the lollipop forest and do all that cool stuff later. It's Arcadia in Disneyland. Right?
Gotcha.
In Disneyland.
Yeah, we'll just bleep that out. We're okay.
And there's also the dragons. There are dragons expansions. There's 3 of them that you'll be able to get. They have that is the beyond level 6.
Okay.
Right. So that after you finish a campaign, then you can go out and fight the dragons, and there are 2 scenarios each. One scenario that's standard competitive, where you have to lock down the dragon, and then the final dragon boss fight is actually cooperative. So you guys actually have to gang up and fight the dragon at the end.
Gotcha.
And it's a super hard boss fight, harder than anything we've ever done before in Arcadia Quest. Because, some people wanted really interesting monsters to fight. There you go.
Gotcha. So when can we expect to get our hands on this?
Q3. I'm not getting any help beyond the table. It's Q3. All right.
Yeah.
I'm saying Q3.
Everything is Q3, guys. Just if
Q3.
you're not sure, Q3. All right.
That's Arcadia Quest.
What else have you got? Let's try to get through a couple of these bad boys a little faster.
That's it. This is the last one.
Okay, let's do it.
This and another super cute game. The Others.
That's
right.
It's adorable.
It's another game about like collecting pet. No, it's so this game is the most disturbing, twisted, awful horror game that you can imagine. This game kind of broke me a little bit. It is the biggest game I've ever made.
Okay.
It's got so much modular expansion stuff that clicks in together. I don't know if you guys got a chance to play this, but this is...
I haven't, no.
It is one player as the Sins player who's trying to destroy or corrupt or take over the last city of Haven. And do we have a back? We have a back. Look at that. It's a back. Right.
Okay, cool.
The game board looks like that a little bit. And the one player versus a bunch of heroes that have to work together as a team in order to stop them. The game has 3 basic modes. It has a corruption mode, a terror mode, and a redemption mode that each have their own stories that play a little same core gameplay, but a little bit of a different twist. Right?
Okay.
Terror is basically Ridley Scott's roar, monsters coming in, destroying everything. Corruption plays on a little bit of there's woe is me, so much darkness within, and all that. The heroes turn against each other, and the redemption story is a little bit more of the heroes trying to save the city from itself. You have to play a little bit more tactically versus the Sims player. This has a ton of expansions, which we're going to be releasing slowly over time.
Okay.
The core box, you get so much play out of it. It's ridiculous. The way the way the expansions work for this, everything is plug and play. So the Sims player chooses a Sin, chooses an acolyte. The hero, choose a map, choose a story. I call this the Dominion of adventure games. That just you pick all these cool things.
Pick all the pieces you want to play with and go to town.
And they all work.
So this is a little closer to something like Blood Rage from you, would you say? As
In-
far as game length, for
Yes, in
example,
game
it's,
length,
the
yeah.
heavy plastic.
Exactly right. So,
but it's a nice balance between very thematic and tactical visually.
yeah, so gameplay wise, it's actually, yes, you're right. It has all the same cool stuff in it.
Right.
But the gameplay is very, very different. This game is like Blood Rage is a tactical, strategic game with Vikings and stuff like. This is a lot more of an atmospheric journey type game with a lot of storytelling. You have to play your way through a story in every game.
Okay.
So this will appeal to people who like adventure games with. We can open it. He said I can open it.
Let's open it.
All right, help me out, man.
Can we play it?
Yeah. You have 90 minutes.
I think it got taped shut somehow.
Yeah, I got taped shut. My producer is no good.
This is one of the Sins messing with us. Okay, this is not open.
It's not happening. It's not happening, guys. Imagine there's really awesome stuff in here.
We're gonna get you over there in the live feed to open it.
Sweet. Okay.
Okay, we'll do that. Yeah. All right. Cool. So should I even ask or just say Q3?
I think it's Q3, isn't it?
Cool. Q3. So basically, Mr. Eric Lang is going to just be sitting around the house for the first half of the year.
That's all I do.
But during the third quarter, He's busy.
We're pumping this stuff out.
There you go. All right, good talking to you, Eric. Anything else you want to tell us, or I think we're good. Let's put you over there and get some questions out of you.
Play games, have fun, other cool, quippy taglines.
All right, good talking to you.
You too.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. We'll see you. All right, man.
I should be less sleep deprived when doing these.
You're good. Let me get that mic off of you. No, you're good. If you had had more sleep, I wouldn't be able to stop you talking.
We are still live.
Oh man.
I tried and no, dude, no.
Oh, they got the box open, so we're bringing it over here.
He was here as well.
We opened it so quickly.
Yeah, but Eric was here also. It wasn't just me going mono.
So we're gonna bring Mr. Lang back over here to show off some of these.
Let's find some. Oh, whoops! I dropped one.
You're actually dropping minis. What are you doing?
Oh, look at this. I don't know what
Jason.
this beastly thing is, but look at that. Find the one that dropped.
Yeah.
I think
Jason
it's under
just
my
threw
chair.
things all over the.
I
Yeah.
think it's under my chair.
This is fun.
Look at that. I don't know. I don't even know what to call this.
That's his name is George.
His name is George.
You're over there, though.
Let's see what other ones we have in here.
This guy looks friendly.
So we're over.
These are the good guys.
Please tell me what it says, sir.
Oh, come over here, Eric.
These two seats.
I just want to have this guy. We're just gonna put him down here and have him sit on.
Are those tongues?
On here.
And various other symbols.
yeah, whatever you want them to be.
No, they're tons.
Look at this. This thing, I don't even know how to describe this. It is definitely sinful, whatever it
It's
is.
cute as a button.
This is a pet. This is your like loyal.
That's my
this
panda.
Is Fido.
It's a pooch. Let's hold this one up. It'll probably be blurry as usual, but we'll.
We've named him George.
You have?
Yes.
I will pet
He
him
is mine.
and
I will
hug
pet
him.
him and call him George.
And can I do the thing that we always do?
Yes,
Check
do
it
it.
out in the room?
Oh,
Yeah.
you're
Do
throwing
it.
it? It's
Do
legendary
it.
at this point. Like, oh man.
No, that's no good. Can we just talk about the time when you did that at Dice Terror Con and said, these things never break, and what happened to that one figure?
You broke it?
That's the story he's sticking by, is that I broke it.
So how does Arcadia Quest Inferno play with the original game? Is it plug and play compatible, or is
The
it?
heroes are.
No, not just the heroes. The whole thing is compatible. You can create your own scenarios there. You can mix the equipment. You can bring in monsters to spice up the core campaign. So they're all cross-compatible. The campaign itself, like the Inferno campaign, is played with Inferno. And if you want to play the basic campaign, they only work with the tiles from each game. But the components, they can be mixed as you want. The heroes are fully compatible. Equipment, monsters. Everything just goes from one to the other. The only thing is just the expansion, like the Beyond the Grave expansion that we had before. That it's not really set up to work with the tiles from Inferno. But everything is backwards compatible, but not necessarily forwards in terms of the expansions.
Haha, they're good. I see the questions.
Are you seeing the?
Yep.
You get a nice view of all of them.
Yep. Tell me what you would like me to answer.
Well, yeah. Well,
Many of them,
there was
just
the
go
one
for it.
asking us if we're afraid of becoming too cool.
Or not.
Well,
or not.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's you can only ask these guys. I just work here.
But Chaos Ball, are you going to do any more factions for it?
Well, we just released some new ringers and.
Oh, they're out?
I think that they're just coming out. You just got the shipment, so they should
Okay.
be coming out soon or are just out. So we have some new ringers. We have
Finally.
we have a league pack that has the league rules, some extra ringers, and all the extra components so you can run 2 games at the same time with just a card box and a league pack, and just buy some teams and all that. So yeah, it's still things coming out. for
Try the
game.
league. The league is something else.
Yeah,
Like,
you unlock new abilities as you win games and all that.
and you get to use the magnets.
Yeah, you get to.
Here's an interesting one for Eric to wrap your mind around. How many games do you work on at any given time?
Yes.
All the games.
So I mean, I work on about 11 games or so at a time, but that's such a abstract number, right? Every game is in a very, very different stage of completion. So I'm usually only focusing on about 2 games to get them past the finish line. But working on a game could mean anything from wake up, oh my God, I'm doing this game, to ship it.
Here's another interesting one. Do you conceptualize? Sorry, that was Tom speak at the time. The design of these minis, or is there a team of artists who take your idea and then bring it to life? How does
do these people live in your mind fully formed like this?
I hope not.
So I am a sculptor and I actually. So you want to see what kind of an artist I am?
What your drawings look
like?
like?
Yeah, you want to see this is what kind of an artist I am. That's what kind of an artist I am.
That's a gun,
right?
This
no, that's a Google image search. Right. That's what my prototypes look like. That is the pinnacle of my talent.
Do you end up with any input as to what these final monsters look like?
Sometimes. I mean,
usually we do the art direction like parallel to the game design. So one will inform the other as they're being developed.
Right. Especially Arcadia, we get a lot more say in Arcadia, right?
Sure,
because especially Pets. Pets was pretty much custom ordered from.
It's not always the same thing. Some games will have the whole concept of the game and then get art designed for that concept. Sometimes the concept comes from the art. Like with the others,
the art was done.
Yeah, the game was born from the art.
Yeah. They showed me this, and they were like, and I had said like, what game is this? He's like, it's not a game yet.
Oh, make a game around that. I want George in my game.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. Like I woke up, game. A year and a half later.
There's a con in Toronto in where was it? Breakout Con in Toronto.
I'm going right after this. Yeah,
right
taking the red eye on Friday, waking up on Saturday morning, going to do Breakout Con.
I'm doing the exact same thing with a con in Connecticut.
Oh, see?
Leaving Thursday night and Friday, Saturday, Sunday at a different event.
Eric and the red eye.
There you go.
It's a parallel journey too. You can split screen it.
You could, yeah.
With Tarantino, eat your heart out.
Here's kind of an interesting question. They're asking any spare AQ promos from the first Kickstarter you could send me with a smile. I can tell you this: there's more Tomricks that are coming for sure. We should have Tomricks at all of our booths personally, at like the Dice Star booths at Origin, Gen Con, etc. What about the other ones?
The first Kickstarter promos, we have very few of those, if any, left.
Are we allowed to talk about that?
Well, we have them sometimes at conventions as special incentives, but as far as first Kickstarter, I wouldn't get my hopes up. But we do have, Inferno's coming with all that good stuff. So, and we also have the retail heroes that you can just buy off the store.
No comment from me.
Do we have the Horsehead Mini available, or is that's in production?
Did you have it there? No, it's not there.
No, damn. I made a Horsehead token.
It has a very cute Horsehead token.
Just chop the head off a plastic horse you found in a toy store.
Have you been sleeping with it a lot?
You don't get to answer questions anymore or ask questions.
I mean, with the amount of output that you have for Cool Mini or not, they're asking, are they just chaining you to a table at this point, saying design?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Project Sunrise, how much can you say?
You can't say anything about that.
Nothing, right?
Yeah.
Just that it's called Project Sunrise.
And then it's a follow-up in Swords to Blood Rage.
Refer to my Twitter, if you will. That is Eric_Lang at Twitter. So I can only talk about games that have been announced. That one has not been announced.
I can say we are very, very excited about that one, and that's that.
Now,
how many minis are you expecting to have in Godfather? Are they just generic thugs, or are there more variations?
How much can I say? So there's going to be thugs for every family. There's going to be family members. So there'll be a Don and two other family members that are custom for them. And there's also going to be little police cars that you can run around and arrest people with. And there may or may not be something else cool that I probably shouldn't mention yet.
No, not yet.
What's your favorite mini that you've had in any of your games?
Wow.
I mean, well, let's move George away, because maybe he'd be offended if you didn't say him.
I mean, yeah, he's pretty good. I mean, I really like the Sea Serpent from Blood Rage.
I like that one too.
Like, he's got the hair, right? Like, Yeah, that's a tough one. I mean, like, who's your favorite kid? Eric, who's your favorite kid?
Obviously Noah.
Oh, well, yeah.
Hopefully they're not watching. That would be really
Someone's
bad.
asking, are you going to be back at Dice Tower Con this year?
Yes, I am.
So yes, he'll be there.
And I'll be playing this and Godfather and Bloodborne.
You're gonna have a line
and-
waiting at the table.
Ooh.
You're never gonna be able to leave. We should have like a
Ooh.
queue.
You heard it here first. I will probably be able to even play Sunrise there. Yeah, I know. What have I committed us to?
Or maybe not.
Well, it's in June, dude.
Yeah, it should be.
So would you ever have interest in working on a legacy style game?
No
Is
comment.
that of interest? No comment. What do you think of the Mr. Awesome nickname that Jason has given you?
Did he just say no comment to that question?
That's what he said.
Oh yeah, I called you Mr. Awesome before.
What? Because of based on the Chaos Ball guy? You're saying that I look like?
No, I said you're awesome. I called you Mr. Awesome. What do you think
Oh.
of that nickname? Because you were like one of the most awesome game designers.
He probably hates it.
Actually, I was saying.
I like Mr. Awesome from Chaos Ball.
I was seeing the comments. In the comments there, someone was calling you the Einstein of board games.
Yeah, the Einstein of board gaming.
Oh yeah, just because of this?
Yeah, not because of the smarts, no.
A game design you're most proud of?
Yeah, I'm most proud of.
Again, it's like picking your kid, your favorite kid.
I mean, I don't really have one, right? It's like music. It's mood dependent. So I mean, I play Blood Rage a lot. I play Dice Masters a lot. I play Duelist, my game a lot. I generally don't like my games while I'm play testing them. That's just how it works. I'm just because all I see is flaws. Like everybody else having a good time, I'm sitting there going, oh, it sucks. Throw it away. So I generally don't like my games while they're playing them, but once they're out and they've been polished and stuff, and I've had some time away, then I can be objective about them. So like now I'm having sort of this honeymoon period with Blood Rage because I haven't touched it for a while, and I got to play it, even though you kicked my ass at Dice Tower Con.
I still remember that as a glory moment for me. Yes.
So I'm always going to say, right, that's the newest thing I'm working on, because if it's not that, then why am I working on it?
Someone looking for your inspiration for the others monsters, suggesting maybe Kingdom Death monsters or something.
No, these guys. The art for these was done way before we even saw any of that Kickstarter. A lot of these came from the twisted mind of David Preddy, who's our super producer, dude man. He just wanted
Nightmares.
Nightmares, literally nightmares.
Yeah, and Adrian Smith was the main artist in the game, and he has a twisted mind as well.
Yeah, so just so you guys know, this art has been around for years.
Wow.
And I've been developing the game for a year and a half. So it's just we give the artists a lot of reign because we work with some of the best artists in the industry, right? And Adrian Smith, who's the monster guy, in a lot of cases we just said like, here's a list of emotions, go. Right, and that's with Blood Rage. So Adrian Smith's a metalhead, like me, and so I was pretty much. We sat there and we talked about our playlists while we were working on Blood Rage figures, and that's it. We didn't even talk about the actual figs, right? I'm like, oh, I was like listening to the new Amon Amarth. That's really cool, and he's just like, yeah, it's not heavy enough for me. And he draws like the sea serpent, and there it is.
Are you going to go to the Maiden show in Toronto?
No, I'm not. I'm going to be traveling.
I saw them. I saw the Fort Lauderdale show. It was incredible.
Yeah, I know. I hate you.
So here's an interesting question. After you've gone back and looked back at some of your old games, is there a game where you're like, oh, I wish I could have done more, or oh, I don't like the way the final product came?
I don't like slag off your own games.
No, just, since you won't say what your favorite is, people want to know what the game you least leak is.
Well,
Lice leak? You need a break.
So I mean, I don't think any game is perfect, right? Especially not my own. So even right after it comes out, I'm always like, of course, I wish I would have done this instead of that. But the thing is, I'm not always right. Right? Sometimes I've gone back and retconned some of my games. It's like, maybe I'll try it with this, and we play tested a couple of games. I'm like, oh no, you know what? It was better
Worked
as
better
published.
the first time.
So I mean, I'm a compulsive tinker. I'm always designing stuff. So I'm never 100% happy with anything. But I mean, once it's on the market, it's not my game anymore, right? So I don't have any right as much as anybody else to say whether it's perfect or not.
Any plans to bring some of these games to an app format?
We have a division working on apps. and we're working on that. We did Xenoshift as an app, and that's been doing very well. We are working on other things, even more involved than just a simple app. So yeah, we are working on going apps, both in terms of helpers to games, like we have for Zombicide, you have the dashboard as an app, so you can manage all your cards and all that. But also having the full games in there. We're always working on that.
Now, when you come up with a concept for a game, how long does it take from your concept until the game actually gets produced on a usual time frame?
Anywhere from a couple of months to a couple of years. Like it's really hard for me to give an average, right? Because some games are super fast. I don't do those anymore, by the way. I haven't done a game in 2 months in a long time.
Yeah, I've never done one of those with you.
No, God no, sweet God no. We just worked on. At the end of the show, I'm going to go back and make some more tweaks to Godfather because that's just how it goes. It takes me longer now every time. All I can say is think of it as a linear scale of average to 6 months to 6 to 9 months. But every game takes me longer to make because I have to compare it to the last game that came out. When Blood Rage came out, for example, I was like, wow, I threw everything else I had away because nothing else I was working on was as good. So I started from scratch with everything else. So I think Godfathers and Bloodborne are the two of the first games to come from that batch of just fresh new stuff.
So everyone's asking about music now, and they're asking what your favorite band is. You're from Toronto, so
the Arrogant Worms.
So we assume one of your favorite bands, but tell us some of your favorite bands.
My favorite bands. I like. I'm a '70s guy. I love King Crimson. I like King Crimson, Old Genesis. I like Iron Maiden, Black Sabbath, Judas Priest. I like Opeth for prog rock. Rush. I like Rush.
That's what we're waiting for.
We're waiting for it.
We're waiting for it.
I tell people that Neil Peart is my dad, and they believe me. I'm big fan. But
What'd you play growing up, game-wise?
Bad games.
Yeah.
I played horrible bad games for bad mass market games in Germany. In fact, I'm going to call one out right now.
Okay.
I played a horrible game called Mensch ärgere dich nicht from Germany.
That was your damnation voice.
Right?
That was good. That's the metal.
In German, that's German for "don't get so upset." It's Parcheesi, but worse. Right?
Oh boy!
I played that with my grandmother, and it never ends. You suffer, and you play forever. We played Phase 10 growing up. I'm not a fan. So I just played a lot of bad games, and that was a lot of the impetus for me. I was like, this would be so much cooler if it ended, and if there were robots or dinosaurs or fireballs and stuff like that. So that. Stratego was the first game I played that I really loved, and that was a big influence on me.
Me too. That's so. Well, we're about the same age, but me too. Stratego was my first game that I loved. I think that was Tom's too, actually.
Sorry?
That's a lot of people. A lot of people played that when they were younger.
It's classic.
People are suggesting Acid Bath as a band. I think that's a band. Or is it a game? Is that a game or a band?
It's a band.
It's an activity.
And besides, the game is band or album, not game or band.
Yeah, the new band that I really like. Have you heard Parlor Mob yet?
I'm too old to listen to new music.
Oh, you have to listen to them.
This is where all the fans are like.
Somebody else had played Mensch ärgere dich nicht.
Right? They hated it. Mensch ärgere dich nicht.
Well, it looks like our next table's setting up, so
thank you.
We're fired
for submitting to the mob mentality here.
No, it's a pleasure having you as always.
It is, and it's
we
great to meet George.
We love it. We haven't talked about Blood Rage much, but we're gonna wrap it up. But is there any more things coming for Blood Rage? Just tell us. Give us a little spoiler.
I have the line. Never say never, but there's nothing currently planned for it.
That was well delivered.
Well, I don't really right now. I don't really want to make expansions for it. I have a couple in the hopper that we didn't unlock through Kickstarter that I was kind of happy with, but I just like the game as it is.
Yeah, the game is so tight right now.
We have to if something really strikes me and goes like, oh, this would make the game better as an overall experience. Sure, but. So you choose. You want a Blood Rage expansion or you want a new game with damnation?
What if we could have both?
Come
He's
on.
busy enough.
Okay, didn't you say they chain him over a table already? I mean, let the man.
No, but anyway, in all seriousness,
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
it's a pleasure.
Oh,
having
that
you
was
guys.
me left hanging right there.
Yeah, right there.
No, I love you, Eric.
you.
I would never ever leave you hanging. We'll see you in a month.
Get these nightmares away from
in
me.
Niagara Falls up at the Gathering. So we'll see you in like a month.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Yes.
Thanks, guys.
Bye-bye.
Hey, Mike.
The microphone travels again.
Yes, that was Mike Elliott behind. They're the partners for Dice Masters as well.
Like once you start demoing and you start saying the same thing again.
Yeah. Oh, and it's technically Passport Game Studios.
Don't bang the table.
Passport
Exactly.
Game Studios.
Yes.
Don't bang the
You get
table.
that, Beverly? Don't bang the table.
What is that? Is this the, oh, it's a mic, yeah?
Yes. Yeah, that's a mic. Yeah, that's for the live stream. We're live streaming everything. And then this is the camera you'll look at, because these are for the ones we're going to take back and edit and collect and then put back up.
So all the ums and ahs will be heard by the live stream, but
Yes.
hopefully not.
That's correct.
After the fact.
Oh, I see. As part of this is a community segment.
Oh, sorry. The game is singular. Sorry.
You're all mic'd up. You gotta make sure those are on. You did turn them on,
Yes.
Sam?
I turned mine
My
on.
light's
I don't know
on.
about hers.
Okay, if it's on, then you're
The green light's on, then yes.
All right.
Yeah, we're good. All right, I'm just going to do a quick clap so we can get an audio sync for the camera.
They're saying when large boxes are in front of the microphone, I can't hear you. So if we could move the mic a little off center.
Does that qualify as a large box?
It's a little baby box. But these, however.
But when Eric was talking and Godfather's box is in the way, it's hard to oh, not that, just off center so that
Like
they're
here
not
somewhere?
talking over
Wherever
the
that
box.
crinkle is right there should be good. That'll be fine. Fickle internet.
Alrighty.
Okay, guys. Whenever you're ready.
Okay, cool.
Hey folks, welcome back to our coverage from GAMA 2016 in Las Vegas. I have with me here Beverly from Passport Game Studios.
Hey.
Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me.
Very welcome. Well, tell us what you have coming out for this year and anything new and all that good stuff. I'll just let you have it.
I have all kinds of new stuff, but I'm going to first start off with this little box here.
Okay.
So this is CV Gossip. CV came out earlier, and so a lot of people have really been anticipating this expansion, and so we're really glad to be able to bring this out just a little bit later in spring. So this is coming really quick. It comes in a super cute little box, and it's really going to enhance the CV experience. And then what's really cool, and I don't have the box for it here, but later on we're going to have Civilizations, which is a Civilization-style sort of family game that's also set in the CV universe.
Cool.
So a lot of people have been asking Grana for that, and we're really excited to be able to bring that out here.
Family style civilization game.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
It's going to be awesome.
All right, so that's CV Gossip. What else have you got for us?
All right, coming out around the Origins timeframe, we have Simurg. So Simurg is a really cool worker placement game with our partner Arcane Games. And what's really cool about this game is, as you can see here, it's a really awesome sort of dragon-themed game where you play as the leader of a noble house, and you train dragons to kind of do your bidding. You know, they have special abilities, they're going to help you out and ultimately sort of help you rise above the other families.
Okay.
So really cool, and it comes with a lot of, I'm going to flip it over for the camera here.
That's good.
Comes with a lot of cool components, as you can see here, little sword guys, and then down here we have pretty cool looking dragons. So it's a beautiful game, and we're really excited to bring this one out.
Okay. Those are plastic, right?
Yes, they are. And this game is also currently available on Tabletopia, so for people that want to play it a little bit early, they are already
Try it
able
out
to.
first.
Yeah, it's really fun.
Cool. All right, so that's Submerged.
Yes. Now this one we're extremely excited about. So this is Quartz. The art here is not 100% final. The box size will change, but this is a really exciting one. So it's from Sergio Halibon.
Is that a dwarf?
It is a dwarf. It's really cool. And basically you're a dwarf and you're mining for gems, and whoever gets the most gems is kind of killing it. So check this out.
Let's bring it out.
So, of course, like I said, this is going to change by the time we actually get to the final version, but it will have some really cool components, like you're seeing here. These beautiful jewels and gems. You know, any dwarf would be happy to get these, don't you think?
Right, yeah.
So, you know, it's the same designers, you know, Sheriff of Nottingham and our own Warehouse 51, so we're really thrilled to be bringing this out. It should come out later in 2016.
2016 later on. Would you know what quarter?
Gen Con-ish.
Yeah, Gen Con.
Okay.
Gen Con adjacent, let's say.
That's cool. All right.
And
This
so,
looks good.
Yeah, and there's a few more that we don't have boxes for, but I did want to mention. We have actually 2 kind of really awesome Lovecraft themed games that are coming.
Lovecraftian.
Yeah.
Cthulhu. Exactly.
So the first one, we already make Kingsport Festival.
Yes.
So it's, if anyone has played Kingsburg, very similar to that, but with a really cool kind of cultist Cthulhu theme.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to be bringing out the Kingsport Festival card game. So as you know, those the full-size games take up a ton of space.
Right.
So this is a really good way to get the full sort of Kingsport Festival experience, but in a much more compact package.
All right.
We're also going to be getting Pocket Madness, which is from Funforge. And basically, the pieces of the Necronomicon have shattered. You're playing, and so you're trying to get favors from the Elder Gods.
Yeah.
And at the end, whoever's the last person to go insane wins. I mean, you're all going to go crazy, but if you're the last one to get there.
The last person to go insane wins.
Yes. And
Very
so-
uplifting.
It is. And so that one is actually designed by Bruno Catala and
Cool.
Ludovic Montalblanc. So
Wow.
it's really cool.
That's a couple of big name designers.
Big
That's
names, cool Cthulhu game. We're really excited about that
Cool.
one.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us, Beverly. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
And thank you guys for joining us. We'll see you on the flip side, y'all. Take it easy.
Bye.
Very nice, guys.
You're very welcome. We'll join Eric and Jason over there for a live Q&A.
Cool.
And Rob, you join too, if you would, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rob, you join us too.
Hello, audio microphone.
That was Eric's voice. Now you get to see
Ah.
him.
Can we get a preview of the questions you're going to ask us?
No.
There are a couple that have come by already.
Where do we sit?
Right over here.
These 2 chairs. Okay.
There's zero reason why you couldn't decide.
I have the most important question. As soon as you guys get here, it has to do with my favorite game of the year.
Okay, stop yelling in that direction, please.
I'm super touristy because I got like all kinds of
So there you go. You got cameras and.
I haven't seen anybody rocking a camera like that in a while.
It's not my thing.
Well,
And he's got Beverly's
Okay.
badge too.
It's me.
We're gonna start off with the good one.
Yeah. All right. Go. You ask your question. Go ahead.
Food Chain Magnate. It's my favorite game of the year. I picked it as game of the year in 2015.
Yes, sir.
When's it coming over here? When are you getting the copies? I know you guys have the license now to
Yeah,
bring
so,
them over.
So we brought it over. We asked all the distributors, months before, how many are you going to want? They all gave us numbers. And by the time it came over, we needed 4 times as many. So, distributors got them and sent them out. They were heavily allocated. Not many people got them. They're on their 4th printing right now. So I believe he said April. It should be done. We'll get them over here, and we'll probably go right back to print on it again.
Wow.
I bet we're going to be sold out. by the
They're
time
on
it-
the way.
This is very different than a normal splatter game in the fact that they usually just print, they're like 1,000 copies, we're done. Have you guys pushed them and said, we need more and more? And they're not used to this, or are they like, yes, we're in now?
So, how long has Roadsman Boats been out? Like 15, 20 years?
Something like that. It came out.
Food Chain Magnet has outsold all of their games at this point.
Really? Have you thought on your end? I know some people, I don't care because I don't care about components, but some people have said, well, everything's a little plain, like it's a splatter plain style. Have you thought about making a deluxe version at some point with better artwork?
The creative control is all with Splatter. So we bring the games over. We believe that they're the best ones to decide what's best for their games. If they want to do a deluxe version, Splatter games are already deluxe. I mean, how much more do you want to pay for it?
That's true. That is true. The last splatter question is, are you going to, after working with them on this, have you thought about bringing any other splatter games over?
Yes.
Yeah, in fact, later on this year, I think you'll see Indonesia and the Great Zimbabwe coming.
Excellent.
And Indonesia, I know, had an art update on it. So.
Moving on to Simmerg, have you made any changes to that, or is it pretty much the same version that's been out before?
It is this version.
Yes. So they did. So NSKN kickstarted it. The Kickstarter version, like a lot of them, might have some additional components or bonuses, but this is the retail version. Then so there's been no additional changes, I think, since we decided on the retail version.
Correct.
Yeah. And so pretty much what you see is what you get. So if they have any questions, we can check them out on the back. It is.
That's why I like it.
It's got really beautiful artwork. It's gorgeous.
So are you going to do a lot more with NSCAN as well then?
Yeah,
Or
NSKN has been one of our partners for quite a while. We've done
a lot with
pretty
them.
much all of their games.
And I believe we have a couple more. We're not ready to quite announce them yet, but we have a few more from them coming down the pipeline as well.
Yeah, I like their games a lot. Even like Wild Fun West, which was like one of their first. Love it.
Cool.
They're awesome. They're really awesome.
And they're some of the best people in the world. I met them in Nuremberg several years ago, talked to them for about 20 minutes. They invited me to come and stay at their house in Poland and play games with them, which I did, of course. It was awesome. So.
What's your favorite food chain? I don't know if they're asking if they want your real life favorite food chain or your favorite opening move in food chain.
So, like, are we talking like fast food, or what are we talking about?
All I've heard, the favorite food chain is the question I've got in front of me.
For me, it would probably be Five Guys.
All right, yeah. Five Guys is good.
I'm from California, so I would have to go with In-N-Out.
In-N-Out. I have not experienced an In-N-Out burger.
You've got to.
In-N-Out burgers are the best. In-N-Out. In fact, I got to do it now. In-N-Out. In-N-Out.
Why did
you're not getting?
I did not know that this would lead to singing.
I didn't know that it would lead to singing either,
All
and I'm
things lead to singing.
the Californian here.
Every time I land in California at the airport, when I go see my sister, the very first thing I do, I'm like, when she picks me up, I'm like, In-N-Out.
Do you sing that song?
Yes.
Okay, good,
Yeah,
good.
he sings it incessantly until she stops and gets him a burger.
It's the most catchy jingle. For a
Oh,
jingle
it's
that
stuck in
never
my
hit
head.
nationally.
This live stream brought to you by In-N-Out.
Yeah.
And Five Guys.
And Five Guys.
Let's see. Anything else we wanted? Oh, people were asking about player count on the CV expansion. I think. Does it change the
Nope.
base game? It's
still 2 to 4.
2 to 4. All right. Any app versions of any of your games in the works, or
Can we
something
talk
you've been
about
looking
any
at?
of them?
One thing that we've started to do is we're working with Tabletopia now. So it's not an app, but it is a way that you can go on and experience some of the games online with other
Right.
people. Luda Creations and NSKN, two of our partners, already have a lot of their games up there. We're working with them to put Fool's Gold up there right now as well. We do have partners that are working on app versions of their games. One of our most popular games is coming out with a beautiful app.
Absolutely gorgeous
That is
app.
not just a port of the board game. It's actually an app. It's a full video game. I can't really discuss it right now, but you might be able to figure out what it could be.
So, they're asking for some people who didn't get it the first time. What's the name of the Bruno Catala game that's coming out?
That's Pocket Madness.
Yeah, Bruno Catala and Ludovic Melblanc. It's like a rumming kind of card game. So you are playing sets, you're gathering cards, you're playing sets, and as you play those sets, you invoke the favor of the Elder God, which allows you to get more cards and do more things.
And eventually just go totally
And
insane.
drive everyone else insane.
Yeah.
So if you're the last one to go insane, you win. It's a very fast card game, and it's a ton of fun.
Especially if you like driving your friends crazy.
Is there dragon combat in Simmerg?
In Simmerg?
In Simmerg?
Yes.
Yes.
So,
I'm gonna let you answer that one.
People are looking for dragons to attack each other.
yes. So basically, you're using you both have like workers as well as dragons, and you're trying to put them in the best possible configuration in order to beat the other families in the game. So it's kind of a combination of your own sort of like foot soldiers. You have the spearmen, and then you also have the dragon riders, which kind of do some cool things with your dragons. And then the dragons themselves have special abilities that you can sort of use to both outwit and sort of outmaneuver your opponents in this game. And we're actually going to plan on doing, since it is on Tabletopia, we're going to do sort of a live playthrough of it in the probably the next month or so.
Okay.
So that would be something cool that people could tune into to sort of see how the combat goes and all that sort of stuff.
People asking about the timeline on the Splotter releases. Do you know anything about when we'll see Indonesia and Zimbabwe?
I would say it would be probably late summer.
Okay.
Food Chain Magnet should be May, and the others will be sometime in the summer, I would say. Possibly by Gen Con.
Okay.
But I won't guarantee that.
I think we've learned by
here
now there are
live.
just so many factors. You know, you give a date and it's hard to even stick to that, even
I
if
don't
you
like
know
to
it's
ever
at the
give
port.
dates.
So here's something that I'm just thinking about now is your company kind of brings over other companies' games from Europe, like you bring over Spotter Games and Grana Games. Have you thought about doing any like in-house games, or do you do any in-house games as well? Quartz, obviously.
Quartz is ours. We actually we didn't want to do the Brazilian version because it's hard to get things in and out of Brazil, and there was already someone there who wanted to do it. So when we signed the rights for this, we signed it worldwide except for Brazil. So they went ahead and did this, and we said, wow, we love the art, so we'll take that, and we're going to make our own version of it. So we did this. We did Fool's Gold, which was our own game. Salem is coming up.
Well, that's right. I didn't get a chance to talk about
Which is
Salem.
a game. It's a game that plays like a logic puzzle. I've been told it plays like Black Vienna, which I've never played. But it's a hidden information game. You are all members of different families, and every year the hangings come, right? And so you're voting on who gets hanged. You're trying to make sure that you're actually picking the correct people.
Yes. A very, so basically a light, family-friendly game, obviously.
Yes. So it's whoever guesses the best, whoever figures out the puzzle the best is the winner.
No, I know you have a good relationship with Funforge. I love the Tokaido, all the extras, the music and the coins.
And Pocket Madness is from Funforge.
Yes, that's true. That's true. That's from them as
and
well.
They've got another game coming later on, if we want to look farther into the future, that is by Ludovic Belblanc and Marie Cardois, called Hop. So Marie has designed the game, co-designed the game, as well as done the artwork for it. So it's beautiful. It's going to be more of a kid's game, but it's fun. It's a dexterity game.
So people are asking about Quartz. Let's
They
bring
want-
it
they
over
wanna
here.
see
They want
some,
they want to see the stuff. So we're gonna
Oh, yeah.
we're gonna hold it up.
Check
to the
out the
camera
beautiful
here.
gems.
Yes, that's what we're gonna hold up right now. Oh, these are like.
Oh wow.
These
they're
are
huge.
I want to say they're like Ascension gems, but 10 times the
They're
size.
large.
They're
the large size.
These are like the super duper large size.
Yeah, the colors will change slightly on some of those.
Here, let me hold them up. I think I've got like one of every color in my hand.
Extreme close up.
So look at that.
Some have asked your favorite game that you don't distribute or make.
Ooh.
That's a hard question. How could you answer that question?
Well,
How many games
I
do you
have an answer. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, personally, outside of your roles as publishers and distributors.
It changes all the time. I play so many games.
Mhm.
I own so many games. I have thousands of games at my house. Some of the things that I've liked recently are The Bloody End. Some of my all-time favorites are things like Small World.
Small world.
I like a lot of the old school games. I love Diplomacy.
Me too. Me too. I love Diplomacy.
And I've got a soft spot in my heart for a game called Careers.
Really?
Is that why you love CV so much?
Old Parker Brothers. Yeah, that's my guilty pleasure, right? So I have. It's cool because every generation has their own version of it. So the original one from the 50s, you're going uranium prospecting and things like that. Those are the careers, right? This is what I want to grow up to be. I'm going to be a uranium
Is there
prospector.
is there a girl track where it's basically like secretary?
Well, in the
teacher,
90s,
that's
they
it.
came out with a pink version that's just called Careers for Girls.
Yeah, there was.
No.
Yeah, it's like,
Oh no.
it's so bad.
No. Well, in terms of mine, I think I'm always a sucker for the artwork. I mean, that's what I really appreciate about some of the games that we have. But I think one that I really love to sort of introduce people into gaming is Dixit, because I love Marie's art. I just think it's just gorgeous,
Yes.
and it's one of my, I think, all-time favorites to show people just, you know, when they think of gaming, they think Monopoly and like these hard, convoluted things, and I want to show them how cool and easy it can be. So I just absolutely love it. And I think, I mean, I guess it's cliche because everyone loves it, but I still love Ticket to Ride. I
Oh,
love
yeah.
it. I love
Yeah.
accidentally knocking all the pieces over inevitably every time. It's just, it's so much fun.
That's part of the experience for you.
Yeah, exactly.
I think I like Union Pacific better, but...
Wow.
You really should like it better. I mean, really. Well, the chat has devolved into favorite pizza restaurants. So.
Oh yeah, because we did burgers, now we have to do
Right,
pizzas. Then we could do soda, beer, and lemonade.
Food chain magnet.
That's what we've been talking. We've been talking about food chain magnet for a while.
Batteries, just as a reminder.
We did that at 1. Yes.
It's not one yet.
I mean, we did that at 12. Sorry, we did that an hour ago. The batteries.
Oh, I didn't miss it.
Yes.
So,
yes.
favorite pizza restaurant. In my hometown, there's a pizza place called American Dream. That is excellent.
Wow. Back in my town, we have Mr. Pizza, a Korean pizza chain, which weirdly has some people may find this disgusting. It's a sweet potato crust, and it has actual it's not just flavored, it's kind of mushy and weird, and it's huge in Korea. Massive chain. Only a couple of locations in California.
Okay.
I'm sure the people in the chat are like, no, please, no,
Yeah,
not the sweet
see,
potato.
That's what you get for asking that
Yeah,
question.
someone asked. Someone brought it up.
Mr. Pizza is what it's
Eric,
Yes.
pizza.
I love pizza. Thank you.
My favorite's Domino's. No, I'm just joking. I'm from New York. There's no way I like Domino's. My favorite is Ray's Pizza in New York.
I was gonna say,
the
which
one on
Ra-
40th 7th Street.
Okay, I'm like,
He has like the
he's from New
specific
York, it has to
location.
be Ray's Pizza, but which one? Yeah.
They're all good. They're all good. Ray's Pizza is just phenomenal.
I'm supposed to answer like Pepe's from New Haven. That's supposedly the birthplace of pizza, but I've never been there. I live like 20 minutes away from it. I've never been. So I don't
Mr.
know.
I love pizza.
Yes.
I do enjoy. I will accept all pizzas. All pizzas can come. I'll
No,
even
I
eat the
can't.
cardboard stuff.
I saw some of those weird pizzas like California Pizza Kitchen. and
Oh,
I'm like,
I like
what
Sleepy
is this?
Cat.
You don't put this stuff on pizza. You
Peanut
put
butter and
pepperoni.
jelly and
You put
stuff,
pepperoni
yeah.
and sausage. That's the only thing you put on pizza.
Folks,
And
I
sweet
need to move
potato.
my chair because I have to go talk to these guys over here. So it's been a pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, it's a pleasure having you guys on. And I just have to tell you guys again, as everyone knows, my top game, #1 game of last year was Food Chain Magnate.
Awesome.
And everyone else will be getting their copies soon because there's going to be lots and lots of prints of that, it sounds like, and they're coming out. So again, this is Passport Games, and let's take it over to the other side, and we're going to see who's on deck next.
All right. Let's gather up all of our many boxes here. I don't think that's Michael's heart attack.
Yeah, you gotta do that for it.
Oh yeah, he'll lose it. I know it. This is a circle of order here. It's very important.
Well, he'll definitely be watching. Brad, you know who watches this? Brad. Hi, Brad.
Hello there.
Hey.
How's it going?
How's it going?
How are you?
Okay, so that's the right order.
Eric's not ready yet because we are going to change the live stream over. So, hello everybody one more time.
Grab a bite.
I'm going to change the live stream over. So give us a second here. We're going to change the live stream and then we'll be right back. We will be shutting off this live stream. Go to our 1 o'clock live stream right now and then we'll be right back. So we'll see you, as Sam would say, we'll see you on the flip side.